Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Netanyahu says he plans to complete a new Gaza offensive fairly quickly as at least 5 people die in Israeli airstrikes. Meanwhile, deadly drones have killed 3 in Russia as Trump prepares for a so-called feel-out meeting with Putin on Friday. Ukraine's role remains uncertain. And Trump deploys the National Guard to Washington, D.C. as he cracks down on crime and homelessness in the capital. Now, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said he plans to complete a new Gaza offensive fairly quickly, speaking after his security meeting, who approved the plans to take control of Gaza City. Netanyahu said he had no choice but to complete the job. Palestinians have reported the heaviest bombardment in weeks on Monday in areas east of Gaza City. At least 5 people were killed in the area after an Israeli airstrike. Here's what Netanyahu had to say regarding Israel's upcoming plans.
Given Hamas's refusal to lay down its arms, Israel has no choice but to finish the job and complete the defeat of Hamas. Israel's Security Cabinet instructed the IDF to dismantle the 2 remaining Hamas strongholds in Gaza City and the central camps. Contrary to false claims, this is the best way to end the war and the best way to end it speedily. I don't want to prolong the war, I want to end the war. And I think the other suggestions would have prolonged it.
Netanyahu's comments come as 5 Al Jazeera journalists were killed in an Israeli strike in Gaza City. Their funerals did take place earlier today. Israeli military have confirmed it targeted 28-year-old correspondent Anas al-Sharif. Israel believed al-Sharif served as the head of a terror cell in Hamas. Al Jazeera have called it a targeted assassination and a premeditated attack on press freedom. We can now go live to Tel Aviv to speak to our correspondent, Blake Sifton. Blake, thank you so much for joining us. First of all, what were the main takeaways from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's press conference, which he said was intended to puncture through the lies?
Good evening, Leigh Ann. Prime Minister Netanyahu used his press conference to repeat his now common message that there is no starvation in Gaza and that the images the world is seeing of starving children and others suffering is Hamas propaganda. However, the most important and striking message that came out of that press conference is that this planned Israeli offensive goes far beyond what was originally told to the world on Friday. The Security Cabinet had said that they had approved the Israeli military to take, seize and occupy Gaza City. That was an important enough development because there are 800,000 Palestinian civilians living there. However, in his press conference, Netanyahu clarified that the Israeli military, according to him, is going to go much wider. They're going to go into central Gaza, city of Deir al-Balah, as well as El Mawasi in the south. Now, that would mean that all territory that the Israeli military does not currently control, some 25% of Gaza, according to this plan, would fall into Israeli hands. And crucially, that's where 2 million Palestinian civilians are sheltering, of course, amid the ongoing starvation crisis. Now, some have suggested that this is just Netanyahu articulating what was always the plan. However, since Friday, when we heard plans to occupy Gaza City, there has been outrage from among his far-right coalition members who think this plan doesn't go far enough. Several of them have threatened to quit the government, possibly losing his majority in the Knesset, because they also think that perhaps this is all a ploy, that he's not serious, and that this is just a strategy to get Hamas back to the negotiating table. Because, of course, his far-right coalition members, they want the full displacement of the Palestinian population, they want the reoccupation of Gaza, and they want the resettlement of Gaza. So some are seeing this new messaging from Netanyahu that this will be a wider campaign than previously mentioned as an attempt to calm their fears.
And Blake, the UN Security Council also held an emergency meeting yesterday on Israel's plan to occupy Gaza. What was the overriding message from their gathering yesterday?
The overriding message from that Emergency Security Council meeting was one of opposition and outrage. Countries gathered said that if this goes forward, it would violate humanitarian law. We heard from China, who called it collective punishment. Russia said it would be reckless intensification of hostilities. And the UN Assistant Secretary General said that this could trigger another calamity in Gaza. We've heard over and over again for the last several weeks, if not longer, that much of the world wants this war to end. They don't want it to expand. They don't want it to widen, and they don't want it to deepen or be prolonged. And that's what this new plan that Netanyahu is advocating for looks set to do.
And the Australian government said it would recognise a Palestinian state in September. Of course, that's next month, following in the footsteps of the UK, France and Canada. Why has the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, made this decision now, and what has he said about it?
I think this is just further evidence of deepening opposition to this war, further pressure piling on Israel over their conduct in the war, over the starvation crisis in Gaza. We've seen public opinion shifting in Australia in recent weeks, a massive protest held in Sydney in the last few weeks. Now, Australia has also criticized this plan to, at the time, on Friday, it was announced to occupy Gaza City. They warned Israel not to go down this road. Now, in announcing plans to recognize a Palestinian state at the UN General Assembly in September, Prime Minister Albanese called the situation in Gaza a humanitarian catastrophe, and he said the situation there has gone beyond the world's worst fears. So it does seem that this has reached a breaking point for the Australian government. They are now joining Canada, the UK, and France among countries who have said that they will recognize a Palestinian state at the UN General Assembly in September. And we also understand that New Zealand and Portugal are considering following suit and also recognizing a Palestinian state.
Blake Sifton in Tel Aviv, thank you for your insights and analysis. We can now discuss this further with Fadi Helani, Senior Fellow at the National Council on US-Arab Relations. Fadi, a pleasure to have you on the show. So we just heard from our correspondent there in Tel Aviv. Israel's president is calling Australia's plan to recognise a Palestinian state a dangerous mistake. Are countries elevating Hamas with this decision to recognise a Palestinian state?
Good evening, Leigh Ann, and thank you very much for having me. Of course, from a U.S. perspective, yes, they are. The U.S., while it continues to support and continues its efforts to end the war in Gaza and release the hostages, however, its stance remains very much firm that any recognition of a Palestinian state at this time is very much an elevation of Hamas. There are many question marks, actually, from Washington about like the particulars and the specifics of this kind of recognition. So many in Congress are asking, what is going to be the educational system, for example, in this state? What is the army going to look like? The doctrine of this army. So very much there are many question marks on this state, as far as like as I said, the system, the ruling government, and we have to remember always that Washington does not trust fully the Palestinian Authority. And in fact, there have been many statements coming from the administration, which could be understood that the Palestinian Authority doesn't represent very much a partner, neither to the Israelis nor to the Americans, to perceive and to continue peace in Gaza. And we have seen that throughout the last month, the U.S. administration, Witkoff, has been working very much closely with the Qataris, with the Egyptians, but not with the Palestinian Authority. So there is very much an understanding in Washington that it's not completely against the Palestinian state per se, but it's against actually the timing, if you will, and the time when the efforts from a Washington perspective have to be focusing on the end of the war in Gaza and releasing the hostages, not very much to reward in Washington terms the Hamas movement by giving them a state. Of course, the two-state solution has not been taken off the table formally from Washington. But as I mentioned, it has to do with the timing, with the specifics, and the definition of the border of the state, the army of the state, the educational system, and so on.
So, Fadi, I hear exactly what you're saying, but if we listen to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, he wants to go into Israel, carry out the offensive, go into Gaza, carry out the offensive and leave. He doesn't want to govern the Palestinian state or Gaza. He said this before. And also, they don't trust the Palestinian Authority. They want Hamas to disarm. They want to dismantle them. So what is the US and Israel's future plan for Gaza? Do they have any idea what it will look like after this offensive? What will happen to those people? There doesn't appear to be anything clear that we know that will come in the future.
That's the million-dollar question, Leigh Ann, if you will, for the situation in Gaza. Now, to put it very clearly, unfortunately, there are no clear U.S. plans for the situation in Gaza and how to end the war. What the U.S. sees is imperative at the time is to dismantle Hamas. All the starvation you can see and everything happening in Gaza, unfortunately, is, from a U.S. perspective, the fault of Hamas. We have seen throughout the last month and since Donald Trump has taken power in the White House, there has been no clear pressure, unfortunately, on the Israeli government to stop the killing in Gaza and to actually stop the starvation, if you will. So very much, if we want to put it in very simple, clear terms, the U.S. in the last few months has been cleaning up the mess Benjamin Netanyahu has been leaving behind, whether, if you will, in Iran, whether now in Gaza. So what's happening now? And to many people, there is an understanding that the U.S., while it's putting a lot of effort to speak with the Qataris, with the Egyptians, to try to reach a peace deal in Gaza, there is also some pressure on Hamas spoken by the Israeli government as, you know, the plans to take over Gaza. And to many people, this could be a kind of a pressure to gain more on the negotiation table. In other words, the siege of Gaza could never happen if the U.S. was successful to end the war in Gaza. So to come back to my earlier point, there are two pillars, if you want, to the U.S. approach to Gaza. Number one, the end of the war and the end of the hostilities, killing from the Gaza people. And number two, the release of the hostages. Now, Washington understands that if it was successful in ending that war and getting an understanding that Hamas is dismantled, there is no need in the first place, of course, to take over Gaza. So that is the U.S. perspective. And if the takeover of Gaza happens, that is because there was no peace deal reached, and that is because Hamas is not flexible on the negotiation table. So when it comes to the end of the day, there is always a blame from the U.S. administration to Hamas because, number one, it started the war in the first place with this October 7 operation from an American understanding. And number two, it's not showing enough flexibility on the negotiation table so that the war will end. So it comes at the end of the day, as I mentioned, to be Hamas to blame and not the Israelis, unfortunately. Now, if you look at the military operations happening in Gaza so far, the U.S. understand that this is a very bad situation. It has to end. But again, when it comes to exerting pressure on the Israelis, we don't have any kind of pressure from the U.S. on the Israelis.
But Fadi, I'm sorry, I just want to quickly interject there if I can, because we are slightly running out of time. And I just want to ask you about the Arab nations. They've heavily criticized Israel's new plan to take control of much of Gaza. Are Arab nations putting enough pressure on the US to stop Israel's actions? Because you just talked to me there about pressure to stop things happening. What are the Arab nations doing?
The Qataris and the Egyptians are, in fact, trying to speak to the Americans about the necessity and the importance of ending the situation in Gaza. And there is an understanding, if the U.S. Was putting some pressure on the Israelis, this could not have happened possibly in the way we are seeing it nowadays, whether when it comes to the number of people killed every day, even including journalists. As you know, this morning, Al Jazeera journalist was killed, or even the starvation, which is happening, of course, in Gaza. So the Arab stance, and especially the Qataris, the Jordanians, and the Egyptians, is very clear on this. This, what they call genocide, has to stop. The starvation has to end. But the Israelis, understandably, if there is no U.S. pressure, no matter how pressure they are getting, whether from the Europeans who are saying they want to recognize the Palestinian state, whether it's from the Arab states, that's not going to happen. The U.S. silence on what's happening in Gaza is understood as an unwritten green light to the Israelis to continue what they are doing. And if what happens in the following on Saturday, as we know, Steve Witkoff is meeting the Qatari Prime Minister to try to reach a deal. So if this deal is managed by having some, let's say, concessions from Hamas, some concessions from the Israelis, we hopefully are not going to see a takeover of Gaza by the Israelis. But if, God forbid, there is no peace deal reached, I think, and the Israelis go further with their plan, the Americans are not going to overtly greenlight this, but they are going actually to blame Hamas for the escalation and for the killing, and we will be back to square one.
Fadi Helani, Senior Fellow at the National Council on US-Arab Relations. Thank you for your analysis and insights on that story for us. Now, 3 people have been killed in Russia in overnight Ukrainian drone attacks, with 59 drones intercepted. 7 of them were en route to Moscow. The strikes come as attention turns to a high-stakes meeting between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin this Friday in Alaska. European leaders are urging that Ukraine not be sidelined from the talks, with Zelensky insisting Kyiv must be part of any peace negotiations. Writing on Telegram, the Ukrainian president said Russia is dragging out the war and therefore deserves stronger pressure from the world. Russia refuses to stop the killings and therefore should not receive any reward or positives for itself. And this is not just a moral position, it is a rational position. Concessions do not convince a killer. We can now go live to Moscow to speak to Sergei Markov, Director of the Institute of Political Studies and former public spokesperson for President Donald Trump. Sergei, thank you for joining us again. First of all, your reaction to President Zelensky there. Is Russia dragging out the war, and does it refuse to stop?
Russia wants to stop war as soon as possible. You may know Zelensky many times told that Russia and Ukraine are enemies, but Vladimir Putin many times told that Russia and Ukrainians are part of the one big Russian people. And Putin, I'm 100% sure about this. I know this for sure. Putin regards this war as a civic war inside one country, which is was artificially divided. That's why Putin wants to stop this war as soon as possible. Putin's demands is very simple: stop repression in Ukraine against those Ukrainians who support friendship between Russia and Ukraine. Second, stop political repression against Russian language. I should remember that this language, which is native for the 70% of Ukrainian populations, this is a language prohibited in education system, in media, in all official spheres. So it's political repression against Russian identity. And Vladimir Putin demands to stop such political repression. Also to stop political repression against Orthodox Church, which is a church for Ukrainian Russian people during more than 1,000 years. So if this demand finished, accepted, Russia immediately stop any military operation. But if terror continue, Russia will continue its liberation of Ukrainian Russian people from the repressive regime.
So you say the liberation of Ukrainian people. Ukraine has spent 4 years fighting back Russia's offensive in the country. So it's a very difficult situation to be. A lot of Ukraine wants their own territory. Why are they fighting you if they want to be part of Russia?
It's very easily because they have neo-Nazi regime. I should remember you, the Germans fought against American and British and Soviet Russian troops, which liberated Germany from the Nazi regime, but nevertheless, Germans fought against the liberator. But after this regime finished, all Germans say, oh, look, it was our mistake. In fact, we never support this repressive regime. Same with Ukrainians. No democracy in Ukraine. It's politically repressive neo-Nazi regime. It's exactly what Putin told you already 5 years.
But I just want to say something that I think Ukraine and Volodymyr Zelensky will deny what you've just said. And also, currently, you said something that was interesting there, because Zelensky hasn't had elections, and the reason is that because they are on a war footing. Putin hasn't had elections in Russia for ages too, so it's not very fair to say it's not a democratic country where they would be holding elections if they weren't attacked. And when did Russia last have fair elections?
You know, Russia has elections even during the war. And everybody knows that Vladimir Putin is extremely popular in Russia. He is not popular not only in Russia. Frankly speaking, if Ukraine have not such repressive terroristic elections, but free and fair elections, Vladimir Putin will win free and fair election in Ukraine as well. And I strongly believe in this. And of course, this election was falsified by Americans and by British. And the idea is very simple. Only those politicians who promise that they will be hatred with Russia, they have been allowed by American and British occupants to those elections. And if you look at the situation, you will see Ukrainians voted for the mostly not anti-Russian politician, whom Zelensky was when he ran his election campaign.
Sergei, I want to move this conversation. Okay, let's move this conversation on slightly, because I want to get back to the reason why we are talking today. Yes. And one of those reasons is we've also just heard from Donald Trump, and we know the plan is for him to, of course, meet Vladimir Putin on Friday in Alaska. We've been waiting for a really long time for this meeting to happen, months and months. What do you think and what do you believe will be achieved in this historic meeting between the two leaders on Friday? Do you think a ceasefire will be achieved? Will peace be achieved? Will Putin go with some concessions?
Concessions. Forget about concession of Putin. Russian army is going forward. Why Putin should make a concession? You're absolutely normal. You're not you, but sorry, and other people who ask this question. No concession from the army which is winning and going forward. And now about possible result of the Trump-Putin meeting. I think most probably that they will claim, first of all, air truce. So stopping of the bombing of the big cities far from the front line. It's first. Secondly, there have been agreed sectoral ceasefire on the south of the front line in Zaporozhye and Kherson region. Then they will decided that it is would be very good to have exchange of territories. Russia will give to the Ukraine those territory, Ukrainian territory, which they control in Sumy region, Kharkov region, Nikolaev region, and Dnipropetrovsk region. And Ukraine will give to Russia those territory which it can control in Donetsk region. It's exchange of 1,500 kilometers to the 7,000 kilometers. It's look not balanced by figures, but you should take into account that Russian army is winning, Russian army is going forward, and Ukrainian army is going back. So from this point of view, this is more or less a realistic exchange of the territories. So they come to the agreement, but then European leaders and Zelensky will deny those agreements. I think will be a result.
Okay, well, it's quite interesting because Donald Trump was also talking earlier, and he said that Trump on the Putin meeting going to try to get some territory back for Ukraine. So what you've said, nothing's been set in stone because these discussions haven't happened yet. And also Donald Trump is going to tell President Putin to end the war, and he hopes to have a constructive conversation. So right now, no territory has been given away or discussed as of yet. But I have one more question to ask you. And we know Vladimir Putin is going to Alaska on Friday. Do you think he should be arrested because he's been indicted by the International Criminal Court and they want to try him for ordering the thefts of thousands of children from Ukraine?
Everybody knows that this decision of criminal court, politically corrupted decision, and it was made by leaders of criminal court with cooperation of pedophilia lobby in Europe. And the brother of the head of the criminal court was sitting in the British prison in accusation exactly for pedophilia. That's why they doesn't like that Putin saved thousands of children in Ukraine and didn't allow to move them to Europe for sexual exploitation by pedophilia lobby. It's first, it's about the fact. And about criminal court decision. United States of America does not recognize this criminal court as well as Russia.
Sergei Markov, director of the Institute of Political Studies and former public spokesman for President Putin, thank you. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making headlines today. At least one person has died after a 6.1 magnitude earthquake in Turkey. An 81-year-old woman died shortly after being pulled out from underneath the rubble at the site of the epicenter. At least 16 buildings collapsed and 29 were injured in Sunday's quake. Search and rescue operations have now concluded. South Korea's military has shrunk by 20% over the last 6 years due to the country's dismal birth rate. That's according to a Defense Ministry report. And despite maintaining compulsory military service, South Korea has a birth rate of 0.5 babies per mother. That's the world's lowest. A wildfire has broken out on an extinct volcano overlooking the Scottish capital of Edinburgh. Scottish Fire and Rescue Services are trying to put out the blaze on Arthur's Seat, but it has spread extensively. Police are advising people to avoid the popular landmark. And Elon Musk has applied for a license to supply electricity to British homes. If approved by Ofgem regulatory body, Tesla would be allowed to compete directly with the big firms that currently power homes and businesses in the UK. Tesla Electric has been operating a power supplier in Texas since 2022 that pays customers for selling excess energy back to the grid. President Trump has announced he's deploying the National Guard to Washington, D.C. as he pledges to crack down on crime in the city. That means the city's police will come under federal control. Here's what he had to add during a White House press conference, which kicked off earlier today.
I'm announcing a historic action to rescue our nation's capital from crime, bloodshed, bedlam, and squalor. Under the authorities vested in me as the President of the United States, I'm officially invoking Section 740 of the District of Columbia Home Rule Act. You know what that is? And placing the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department under direct federal control, and you'll be meeting the people that will be directly involved with that. In addition, I'm deploying the National Guard to help reestablish law, order, and public safety in Washington, D.C., and they're going to be allowed to do their job properly.
We can now go live to Washington to speak to our correspondent, Sarah Firth. Sarah, so we just heard from President Donald Trump. He was speaking at the White House earlier. It was a really lengthy speech that covered a million different things. But what stood out to you in his remarks today? And did we get any more clarity on what this plan to make Washington safer and more beautiful will actually look like? He talks about bedlam, squatters, squalors.
Yes, Leigh Ann, President Trump announcing to that absolutely packed press conference in the White House a little bit earlier, saying we are taking our capital back. Now, he announced, as you said, the deployment of National Guard troops to D.C. and that the D.C. Metropolitan Police will be coming under federal control. Now, what does this all mean? Well, the president is saying that this is taking place to try and tackle crime, homelessness, and what he sees as a public safety emergency in Washington, D.C. When he was announcing this, he made mention, as we heard there, of the Home Rule Act of 1973. Now, for people who don't know, that is how Washington, D.C. is governed. It is not a state. And so the federal government already has certain powers here in Washington, D.C. But the Washington, D.C. has that unique status. Now, under this act, the president has invoked these powers, that under an emergency, he can do what he's done, which is taking the Metropolitan Police Department under direct federal control. He has, though, importantly, certain parameters within that law. It's only 48 hours that he should hold those powers unless Congress approves it. And even when Congress approves it, it's thought only a 30-day limit. Now, it's not clear right now on the technicalities of how that's actually going to work, or if the president is going to get an extension beyond those 30 days. We also don't know, Leigh Ann, how many National Guard troops are going to be deployed right now. It's a very unprecedented step. It's not normal at all to see the likes of the FBI patrolling with local police authorities, having the National Guard on the streets of Washington, D.C. This is all extremely unique. The last time we saw National Guards deployed to the streets of Washington, D.C., that was back in January of 2021 when you had the Capitol riots. I can tell you it was a very, very surreal sight seeing those armed guards around the Capitol. Well, that is going to be happening. We heard the U.S. Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, also speaking at that press conference, saying those guards will be flowing into D.C. over the next week.
Yes, as you say, Sarah, unprecedented, but the mayor has actually pushed back strongly, pointing to falling crime rates in Washington, D.C., and basically accusing the White House of exaggerating the problem. How big is the gap between the data and the political rhetoric here?
There is a big gap. The president, again today, sort of doubling down on his assertion that those crime statistics were rising. He at one point held up a chart that he said seemed to reflect that Washington, D.C. had the highest crime of most cities in the world. He made a comparison again to having a worse crime rate, he alleges, than Baghdad. We've heard that allegation before. But Leigh Ann, you're right. Look, the stats simply don't match the rhetoric. I'll just take you through some of them. Assault with a violent weapon, down by about 20%. Robberies down by about 26%. Violent crime also down 26%. So what we heard over the weekend from DC Mayor Muriel Bowser, she repeated these crime statistics that yes, there has been a spike back in 2023, but those rates are now going down. The president pushing back on that today, though. We heard him in that press conference, as I said, sort of doubling down on the fact that crime simply too high. And so he had invoked and had signed executive orders to be able to invoke these measures, whereby because of what he calls a public safety emergency, we are now going to see those National Guard troops deployed and the police under federal governance. Why is this raising alarm bells for some here in America? It's seen by many as an overreach of executive powers and of an undermining of the local authorities' ability to do their job. President Trump saying today in that press conference that the police are going to be allowed to do their job properly. At one point he said, if they spit, we hit, saying that the police will now be able to hit back if anyone spits at them. It's those kinds of parameters that now become unclear as to how the police are going to be able to act. But it is an absolutely unprecedented step that we're going to see armed guards on the streets of Washington, D.C. And the president absolutely adamant today he is going to be making D.C. beautiful and safe again.
Sarah Firth in Washington, thank you so much for joining us. Let's take a look at the top business news now. Supporters of India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi are calling for the boycott of foreign brands like McDonald's and Amazon in the country. Anti-American sentiments have been attributed to US President Donald Trump's tariffs. Even as anti-US protests simmer, Tesla launched its second showroom in New Delhi on Monday. US fashion designer Willie Chavarara has apologized after a shoe he created in collaboration with Adidas Originals were criticized for cultural appropriation. The slip-ons were inspired by traditional leather sandals made by indigenous artisans in Mexico. Mexico's Deputy Minister of Culture said Adidas had contacted officials to discuss restitution to the people who were plagiarized. Turning to all the sports news now, and Justin Rose has won the 12th PGA Tour title in a nail-biting playoff in Memphis. Rose had lost on the first hole playoff with Rory McIlroy at this year's Masters. The Englishman becomes the first player in his 40s to win a tour this season, claiming his first title since the Pebble Beach Pro-Am in February 2023. And Jen Powell has made US sporting history by becoming the first female umpire to referee a Major League basketball game during the regular season. Powell has in the minor leagues for years and has overseen more than 1,000 games in her career. Her entry into MLB comes 28 years after the NBA allowed its first female basketball referee. A reminder of our top stories. Netanyahu says he plans to complete a new Gaza offensive fairly quickly as at least 5 people die in Israeli airstrikes. Meanwhile, deadly drones have killed 3 in Russia as Trump prepares for a so-called feel-out meeting with Putin on Friday. Ukraine's role does remain uncertain. And Trump deploys the National Guard to Washington, D.C. as he cracks down on crime and homelessness in the capital. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, follow us on X. The Rail Deal with Tom Burges Watson is coming up next. Plus, we'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
Coming up on Counterpoints, we're bringing you an exclusive interview with renowned global thinker, Professor Jeffrey Sachs. We'll ask him how the world ended up in such a fractured state, with more global conflicts now than at any time since World War II. And perhaps more importantly, where do we go from here? Stay with us.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to this special edition of The Real Deal, coming to you from the Al Arabiya News headquarters. Now, launching a new global airline from scratch is a once-in-a-generation event. Well, Riyadh Air, or RX as it's known by IATA, has bold ambitions. Well, backed by Saudi Arabia's public investment fund, Riyadh Air aims to connect the kingdom with more than 100 destinations by the year 2030 and also position itself as a world-class carrier. Well, RX has just unveiled its new cabins and seats. And leading this ambitious project is the CEO, Tony Douglas, a veteran of the aviation industry, who joins me now. Tony, a very warm welcome to the Al Arabiya News headquarters.
Tom, thank you very much.
We've just seen your seats. We're going to be looking at some pictures of them in just a moment. You've got the certificate to operate as an airline. You've got a very smart new uniform. You've hired some crew. When are we going to see the first Riyadh Air plane take off with some passengers on board?
So this is super exciting. This has been nearly 3 years in the making up to now. And by the end of this year, we want to be up in the skies. But if I quickly recap the story to date, March of 2023, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince decrees the establishment of the new national carrier. Shortly after that, we announced our first aircraft order, 72 Boeing 787 Dreamliners. At the Paris Air Show that year, we revealed our first livery, and it was designed to proudly stand out in the crowd, elegance, refinement, and to make a very positive statement of what we were all about. In November, in Dubai Air Show that year, second livery. People said, 2 liveries, why? And of course we said, because we can. But the reality was it was about making that statement of being proud to present a full-service carrier that stands out for refinement, elegance and grace. Followed then in 2024, Paris Fashion Week, never been done before, cabin crew fashion. And that kind of connection to TWA, Pan Am, DiCaprio in Catch Me If You Can with a real modern twist. When they walk through the terminals, they stand out in the crowd. It's refinement, it's grace, it's elegance. And at the Jeddah Grand Prix, it was the big cabin reveal. And of course, that was the third one in the trilogy. Incredible. We'll be serving in the skies at the end of this year.
Well, many congratulations. Sounds like you've had a very busy few years, Tony. There will be people asking, you know, Saudi Arabia's got a flag carrier already, Saudi Air. It's out there. We see it on the tarmac. What's the rationale behind a second national carrier?
So the Kingdom is obviously a very large country. It's got a big population, and it's, of course, a G20 economy. The reality is we're not as well connected today internationally as we need to be, and there is a clear case for two long-haul national carriers. When we mature up to scale, obviously our hub, given the brand, will be Riyadh, connecting to the world, and the world through Riyadh into the Kingdom and beyond. And Saudi will move over time to Jeddah, which is the ancestral home as well. So both those markets need growth. Saudi, the sister company, and Riyadh Air. And I think this is one of those really important moments in the evolution of aviation within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Wow. And you're going to be serving 100 cities by the year 2030. I mean, that's a huge ambition. What's the plan? You'd open perhaps the short-haul routes first and perhaps move on to long-haul from there? Is there a sort of a rollout plan? Are you able to tell us anything about that?
Well, obviously, I can only tease at the moment the cities in question because we're going to be moving into our ticket selling window towards the summer. But before then, what I can say is it's actually going to be a number of the longer haul ones first. And the reason for that, Tom, is we're actually taking Boeing 787 as our first deliveries. So I use this illustratively. We're likely to operate from capital cities, let's say, in northwestern Europe, into Riyadh, and then to get the utilisation out the aircraft after a turnaround time there, we'll operate on a shorter sector. So the likes of Jeddah, the likes of Dubai, and many others where there's lots of demand to make sure that those aircraft are put to work well, but importantly, we can give incredible Riyadh Air service to our guests.
Just to recap for the benefit of our viewers, it's going to be a mix of Airbus and Boeing planes, 60 Airbus A320 Neos, 39 Boeing 787 Dreamliners, more than 33 more than to come. That's a total of 132 aircraft. Are they going to be delivered on time?
So 132 aircraft, correct. The scoop is as follows. We're currently engaged in an extra wide-body campaign as well. And we hope by the summer we'll actually announce the third aircraft in our fleet. So we'll be a three-horse stable, so to speak. 321, 60, tick. 787 Dreamliner, 72, tick. And in the summer, an extra wide-body aircraft. It goes without saying, as a start-up, we are beholden on Boeing to deliver on time. And that's, of course, easier said than done. Both Boeing and Airbus have had a number of challenges with their supply chain, and there have been revisions last year to the delivery commitments. But the reason why we've now revealed the cabin proposition is because our aircraft are now running down the production lines in South Carolina, in Charleston, which is where Boeing assemble the 787 Dreamliner. So the fact that we can go and physically stand inside fuselages, our seat manufacturers are now producing, I can go and sit in those seats, is what gives us confidence we're in the home straight.
Probably ups the pressure a little bit on everyone who's on that production line as well. How long does it take? You're obviously a veteran of this industry, having been at Etihad before. How long do you think it takes for a brand new airline, starting like yours, from a blank piece of paper, to the point that it becomes profitable?
So up to now, this has been 3 years in the making plus. So the complexity around everything you have to stand up from a blank sheet of paper, it's super exciting, Tom. Incredible. Of course, the gift we have above all else is no legacy. So we're not held back by old-fashioned systems that were there for good reason, but are no longer as agile as the way in which the travelling public want to interact with their airlines today. So what we've been able to do is design the airline for the future, a digital airline for the future. And that's therefore got a lot more in common with the way in which you would go online and order through the likes of a noon.com or an amazon.com, where you're actually curating your experience and adding it to a shopping basket and then transacting similar to what you do with Apple Pay. But of course, if you or anybody who's watching this has ever tried to get a ticket refund from an airline, we all know how long sometimes that can take. And it's because the systems were designed pretty much for one-way traffic originally. If it's noon.com or it's Amazon and you want to return a product, you almost get a refund instantly. And of course, that's one of many examples of how you bring modern digital to the world of commercial aviation. And when you're a startup, that's the gift you have, no legacy. We're going to do something really special in how we allow the travelling public to engage with us in that way.
And you're launching at a time when everyone's talking about AI. You probably get asked this a lot, but I'm trying to imagine there must be scope, isn't there, for using AI and possibly in those booking systems you mentioned, but in other ways as well, perhaps with yield management, perhaps with pricing models. Are you seeing room for the use of AI in basically how RX is managed?
So massively so. We've been working with some super innovative boutique digital organisations, and it's how you bring technology that's available today that uses AI into curating experiences. So if we think about the world of the concierge, if one goes to a hotel concierge and asks a question, that gives the concierge context. So if I go and I ask, where is there an incredible Italian restaurant? The concierge now knows I want to dine. But what a good concierge will do is say, well, here's my recommendation, but also there's a theatre around the corner and there's a remarkable stage show on it. And if I show interest in both the restaurant and the theatre, he might then say, and also there's a late night spot after the theatre finishes. So he's curating the optionality, the proposition of an experience. Now, what we're going to use AI for is exactly that. If you put, let's say, Riyadh into the shopping basket from an international city with Riyadh Air, because it has the date and the destination, that's context. What the AI concierge will do is then say, it's Riyadh season. Here's all the following experiences that are available at that point in time. And if you want to add them to the shopping basket, you can do. If you want to put your whole family into the one order, as opposed to everybody has to do it separately, you can do. If one of the family members then changes his or her mind later on, you can take them out of the order and you get an instant credit, just like you would do with Amazon or with noon.com. Modern technology, the world of commercial aviation, is the next big step.
Yeah, it sounds like you're launching at exactly the right moment. Just talking about tech, and in terms of the passenger's experience, we've seen some press releases about the new product, the seats in all four classes, because there's going to be first, business, premium economy, and economy, if my memory serves me correctly. One of the things that really struck me is that sound system in flight. I think it's in business class, where, and possibly in first as well, where people won't hear the music or the film soundtrack of what's happening beside them, but they won't need a headset either. How does that work?
Well, I'm glad you described it the way you did, Tom, because you described first class, and that's what everybody thought when it was our reveal. The front row's actually our business elite, and we've deliberately tried to raise the bar in each of our product offerings almost to the next level. So our business elite and our business seats, there's 28 in total in the premium cabin, all have privacy doors, they all have unique suites with our canopy twist over the top. So this unique piece of design signature, which is symbolic of the Bedouin tent when it's pegged at either side, how it goes taut, and it presents a canopy twist, the canopy of the roof. That's your personal space. Inside, at the business elite end, 32-inch, super high definition, 4K, OLED screens. But the point you referred to, it has a system built into all the headrests. It's actually called Euphony, and it uses an incredible French sound technology produced by a company called DVLet. And what that allows is hi-fi standard experience, but the clever bit is it's zonal. So you can't hear what I'm listening to in the seat next to you, and I can't hear what you're listening to. You could be streaming it from Spotify, from your personal device. You could be listening to in-flight entertainment experience, or you could be streaming from your device onto that 4K stream as well. So next generation of 38,000 feet entertainment.
It's come a long way, hasn't it, since those rubber tubes that they used to have in the sort of the 70s and 80s on planes for listening to music. What do you think is going to be the thing that stands out for the passenger? What's going to be the big wow for a passenger who flies on Riyadh Air?
So I think there's a combination of things. I go back to when we first presented those liveries. A number of people commented, this looks more like a billionaire's G650 private jet stretched. And we did that on purpose. Again, that elegance, that grace, that style. When we presented our cabin crew fashion, people said this is bringing that whole kind of beauty back to the joy that we remember in how in the bygone days, the halcyon days of travel, people used to enjoy that experience. With the cabin that we presented at the Jeddah Grand Prix, one of the headlines was the Audrey Hepburn of the sky. And guess what? That's what we were trying to do. Glamour, grace, refinement, bringing incredible online service. We're in the hospitality business, but the digital twist to how that curates, we believe, will take it to the next level. And of course, the brand is Riyadh, the brand is Riyadh, the brand is Riyadh Town.
It's good for Riyadh, isn't it? Because obviously Riyadh is becoming, you know, a major global hub, and I'm assuming the additional traffic, the additional visibility of Riyadh, thanks in no small part to Riyadh Air, is you know, a big plus point from this project.
So hospitality in the kingdom is world famous. The idea of hafawa, the warm welcome, the way in which people go out their way to make you feel very, very comfortable in our home. Well, of course, that journey in the future will start from over 100 different international cities. And the first thing you'll see probably on the tarmac, maybe if it's Shanghai, it might be in JFK, it might be London Heathrow, you'll see that livery. The minute you see it, the brand is Riyadh, hafawa, we can't wait to serve.
There's a lot of talk in the media about how pilots are in short supply globally. I mean, I don't know if you think that sort of reporting is exaggerated, or whether indeed you have found that recruiting pilots is challenging.
So I think it's an accurate statement. Certainly pre-pandemic versus post-pandemic, there's been skills challenges in a number of areas, pilots, but if you go back to Boeing and Airbus and many of the other aerospace members of the supply chain, part of their challenge was a skills drain. But the thing that's been truly exceptional, and I have to say, in all honesty, a real surprise for us, is over the last 2 years, since we introduced RiyadhAir.com, we have a careers page on there, and it allows people who want to apply to be pilots, cabin crew, engineers, technicians and such like, to put all their personal details and certifications in. Up to now, we've had 1.4 million people apply for consideration to join the Riyadh Air family, 146 different nationalities, and I have to say we're humbled by that response, and there's some incredible talent in there.
So a lot of different nationalities, as you say, 146 of them. I mean, another sort of classic recruiting ground for pilots is the Air Force. Obviously, Saudi Arabia has the Royal Saudi Air Force. Is that somewhere you can recruit from? Are you planning a cadet program, for example, for pilots, where you train them up and perhaps groom up some domestic talent? Or are you having to find yourself coming up with pretty aggressive packages to lure pilots away from other airlines? What's your approach?
So it's a combination of a number of the things you've mentioned. So to start off with, you're absolutely spot on. The Kingdom has an extremely competent Air Force. It's an Air Force of scale, and of course that is a clear source of opportunity for people who are transitioning from a service life from the military into commercial aviation. But even at this early stage, what we've also done is established our own cadet programme. We're currently in the process of constructing our own pilot training school. And it's not just about pilot training in isolation. We've started the first female Saudi aviation technician training course. It's a 3-year programme, over 3,000 applicants for the first 30 places, and of course we'll do that every year. So from grassroots building up with our pilots to date, what we call our CADA pilots, we've deliberately recruited from a real cross-section, everything from senior test pilots from Boeing, as well as many different airlines, because we want to create the Riyadh Air culture, not import somebody else's culture.
What do you think is going to be the one metric you really keep your eye on after the launch of this airline? The one thing that you'll be saying, this determines whether or not RX, Riyadh Air, is on the right tracks or not?
So there's a number of them. I think we all acknowledge that. But for me, the top of that hierarchy is guest experience, the smile factor, how you made me feel. That's what the hospitality business is all about, because the examples I used before, the best, the most beautiful liveries, tick. The best cabin crew fashion, tick. The best in-cabin experience, tick. But it's all about people. You can have all of those things, and if it's not in your culture, it's not in your values and your ethos to have empathy and to serve and to really demonstrate how we connect with the guests, then the best physical assets in the world won't win it alone. So that's the top of the hierarchy of needs, guest experience. But it goes without saying as well, we want to be financially sustainable, and therefore how we make sure as a business this is run in tidy order to make sure we're in control of all the details. Because the old joke, the old cliche in commercial aviation, which you'll have heard many times before, if you want to end up as a multi-millionaire, start off as a multi-billionaire and buy an airline. Because you can lose money if you're not over the details in our line of business, and many do. Part of Riyadh Air's business plan is to be financially sustainable and to be profitable for our shareholder, PIF.
Just lastly, we're all very focused on Vision 2030, which is less than 5 years from now. But let's push the timeline forwards beyond in 10 years from now, in terms of size, in terms of network, in terms of reputation.
So it's a great question. In our line of business, it's by definition a long-term business. So you have to quite often think on a 30-year horizon, work back to 20, work back to 10, work back to 5 to today. You know, 5 years in our line of business is almost what the order waiting list is with the likes of Boeing and Airbus. So you could place an order and almost have to wait for most of that till you take your first delivery. So in 10 years' time, we will, of course, see the FIFA World Cup in 2034 in Riyadh. Obviously, 2030 Expo. It is already a hub for global entertainment, attractions, culture and heritage across the whole of the kingdom. In order to give people the access that they want to enjoy those experiences, as well as connecting Saudi nationals to the world, it needs a super connecting, world-class, full-service airline. In short, the Kingdom's Emirates, the Kingdom's Qatar Airways, but bigger and better.
All right, well, we wish you all the very best with achieving those extremely ambitious goals. Thank you so much, Tony Douglas, the CEO of Riyadh Air. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
And that is all we have time for. Do stay tuned.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome. I'm Riz Khan. The words spoken by the US president are among the most closely listened to in the world. One sentence or phrase can move international financial markets, force heads of state to rethink their policies, and certainly define what America is all about. So when President Donald Trump uses phrases such as the big beautiful bill, or says, in Japan they bow, I love it, the only thing I love about Japan, or quite famously describe nations in Africa as S-holes, the world is hearing a rather different rhetoric compared with speeches from past US presidents. My guest today was the speechwriter for Bill Clinton at the turn of the millennium, and can give me an inside track on what it takes to put the words into the president's mouth. But more importantly, as the editor-in-chief of the Washington Monthly, Paul Glastrus has a very relevant perspective on how the Trump administration and its policies are having an impact domestically in the US and on the international stage. Paul, I'm really glad you could make some time for me. There's lots to talk about.
Delighted to be here. Thank you for having me.
Well, first, I've got to ask you, the reputation, obviously, the name that you're given a lot of the time is the speechwriter for Bill Clinton, and we'll touch on that because that must have been a very interesting time. But so much is going on in the world right now, and as you're a Washington insider, I want to get your perspective on certain things. How do you regard the atmosphere right now in D.C. in terms of politics, the new administration, and so on?
We've never really seen anything like what's happening now. No president has wielded power over his party to the degree that Donald Trump does. You'd have to go back to maybe Lyndon Johnson, and even there. No president has broken the norms that President Trump has. No president has, I think it's pretty clear, broken the law in terms of the Constitution and been allowed to get away with it by his party in power and by the Supreme Court as Donald Trump. So it's really no precedent like it.
This is so funny because I really wanted to follow up on that particular thing. It seems to the outside world that Donald Trump has this kind of unbridled power. I mean, he's able to, he says it, he does it, or he says it and he doesn't do it. Either way, he seems to hold all the cards. I mean, is it really the case that he is that unchecked?
You know, he's not unchecked in the sense that the markets are bigger than the presidency, right? So when he tried to impose these tariffs a couple of months ago, the bond market disciplined him and he had to back off. He is not unchecked when it comes to international affairs. You know, the Prime Minister of Israel checked him by moving on Iran and more or less forcing his hand to do the bombing that he didn't want to do. Vladimir Putin certainly has checked his every move so far. So he's not without checks, just no check by his own party.
I'm going to get into some of those topics in a moment, but, you know, I want to get your perspective on what seems to be the Republican Party either being beaten into shape, perhaps beating themselves into shape. What is the reason? Is it simply because they're terrified of Donald Trump, or is it because they see him as the only person who can keep them on top?
I think it's a split, and it would depend on the Republican. There are in Washington, I'm not talking about the voters, there's a great base of fandom for Donald Trump out in the country. In Washington, much less so. They will mouth support, they will flatter him behind the scenes, they're terrified, they're fearful, they're ashamed, they're trying to figure out how to ride it out. There are those who are clinging to office in the vague hope that somehow they can keep the country off the worst future. Others actually agree with him on a number of items, even if they're horrified by others. So it's a mixed bag.
Do you think he has actually delivered for the Republican Party?
Well, if the party's number one goal was tax cuts for the wealthy, yes. And I think it's fair to say that was their number one goal, or at least extending the tax cuts that they had passed in his first term. I think he has delivered on long-held, hard right agenda items like eliminating U.S. aid to foreign countries. I don't think that's a huge Republican agenda item, and I think, again, Republicans here in Washington who know how the world works are secretly horrified, but it has been an item for them.
How do you regard what is often seen as his contradictory paths? He'll take one, then suddenly switch last minute with no warning to another one. It leaves everyone confused around him. The global tariffs, I guess, being one example.
So being capricious and being able to change one's mind on a dime and have the world react is part of the fun of power, right? It's the privilege of having so much power that whatever side of bed you get up in the morning, the world reacts. I think there's a certain intoxication with that. But also Donald Trump, though he has ideas that are fixed ideas that he's had for decades, is extraordinarily transactional. And I think everyone tries to psychoanalyze the guy, and I certainly have no better ability to do that than anybody. But I think he is primarily motivated by short-term victory, by hits that look good. You know, he'll ask aides all the time, how's it playing? And by that he means, how's it playing in the media? He wants to be seen as powerful, as successful, and so he jumps on things that look like they'll give him short-term hits.
But if it's ego-driven, as seems to be the case, as you're indicating, then it's not necessarily the best thing for the country.
No. I think it's terrible for the country. Again, though, he does have fixed ideas. He does have a North Star of sorts. His hatred of immigration goes back decades. His belief in the all-powerful, universal utility of tariffs goes back decades. So these are things that he's not governing based on ego or his own transactional nature or putting money in his pocket. In many other ways, those things are key. But in issues like tariffs and immigration, that is Donald Trump's vision.
There's an irony, though. He's a property developer, which is so dependent on immigrants.
Yes. Look. I mean, none of it makes sense, right? None of it makes sense. He's attacking immigration, and red state farmers are totally dependent on immigrants, as are many other parts of our economy. Tariffs will, if he continues, undermine the economy, and is absolutely anathema to the big part of the base of his party, certainly the old Republican Party. Gutting academic research spending might feel good in that it goes hardest against elite colleges and universities in blue states, but it's also hitting purple states. It's also hitting red states. It's terrible for the Republican Party. It's not good for his legacy. In many ways, he reacts and jumps on things that he's not really thought through.
It's interesting you said it wasn't about the money so much, because one of the comments that comes out a lot from analysts is, well, look, he's doubled his wealth, all these deals he's doing. He did a visit to the Gulf region, to Saudi Arabia, to Qatar, and to the UAE, and suddenly there are all developments going on there. His family's in tow. So it seems strange that you don't see what a lot of analysts seem to see as his motive.
Oh, I 100% think that on an array of issues, he is acting to pocket, to line his own pockets. I mean, there's no question about it. You mentioned the flows of Saudi money and so forth. And you see it everywhere. You see it, the transactional nature of his antitrust policy, right? He threatens antitrust enforcement until someone provides him $25 million for his library, or the whole crypto thing. He's made billions on crypto after saying that he thought the whole industry was corrupt and crazy. So he's certainly in it for the money. All I'm saying is there are issues that he cares about and has cared about that aren't lining his pockets. They may be, bad for the country, but they come from a place of his conviction.
One thing that the Gulf has changed a lot. Saudi Arabia has progressed remarkably in the last few years under the Crown Prince, and it seems that they are easier partners for him now. Isn't that the case?
Yes, and the administration, Donald Trump, has traditionally found sources of money outside the establishment, largely because the establishment would not do business with him. So he was unable for many years to fund any of his development deals from normal commercial banks in the United States. So he was able to get money from Russian sources. I think the Saudi sources in past years have been shunned by the establishment. That makes it more interesting to Donald Trump. And I think there has been a very profitable marriage there.
But also politically, because it looks like, the Gulf countries, Saudi Arabia, the UAE and so on, are doing peace with Israel, are making peace with Israel. And that, of course, is better stability for the region. And that also makes him look better.
No question, no question. And in his first term, his son-in-law orchestrated the Abraham Accords, which, you can debate how well they worked. And he is attempting some kind of peace settlement in Israel. Of course, he and Benjamin Netanyahu are discussing ethnically cleansing Gaza, which probably is not something the rest of the Arab world can get behind. But yes.
I'm curious, with Donald Trump saying he would end wars in a day, the main wars, of course, Russia, Ukraine, still at a complete impasse. Israel has pretty much flattened Gaza and has gone after Iran in a very aggressive way, and also now Syria, currently going on as well. What tolerance will the American people have for America, under this promise of looking after America, making America great again, still being embroiled in these conflicts outside? How much tolerance will people have, do you think?
His base has minimal tolerance for any of this. One of the reasons he's stuck with Ukraine in his policy is he sold himself as the person who's going to extricate the United States from that. But he can't, because despite his offers of a peace highly in Russia's favor, Vladimir Putin is continuing his aggression. The rest of the American public is not so restive about American power in the world. I don't think most Americans see us helping the Ukrainians defend themselves as deep embroilment. The question of Israel is a more complicated one, but Americans are, by and large, pro-Israel. So I think amongst his isolationist base, yes, the rest of the public, no.
Paul, how do you think the dynamic has changed between the USA and Israel, considering that there has been no ceasefire achieved? Israel continues its actions in Gaza and elsewhere, as I just mentioned, and is now being regarded more and more as a pariah by much of the international community. The word genocide keeps coming up. How do you think that has affected the dynamic between the USA and Israel?
Well, it's generational. If you're under 40 and not evangelical, your attitude in general, I'm speaking in general terms, toward Israel is much less warm than those of us of an older generation who knew an earlier Israel. I don't see any signs yet of a real breach between the United States and Israel. The current Israeli government is really testing that.
Is the US, as a result of its inactions in these instances, becoming more isolated morally, if not economically, from the rest of the world?
Yes, 100%. And the rest of the world, which has never been as pro-Israel as the United States, made allowances for the United States policy on Israel at a time when the U.S. was supportive of its alliances. Now we are defying and degrading our alliances, so that accelerates the isolation.
Well, meanwhile, the domestic front is still quite interesting and confusing. If you were to describe in one word the big, beautiful bill, what would you say?
Well, it's a continuation of siphoning of money toward the very, very wealthy, not just the affluent, the very, very wealthy, at the expense of the working poor, with some bonus benefits thrown out there, like no taxes on tips, to make it palatable politically.
What would be the one word then?
Nonsense.
Okay, I'm just curious to see what you would say. Now, in terms of such descriptions, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act and Donald Trump's sweeping rhetoric when it comes to, the comments and speeches he makes, often analyzed, by the way, as outright lies by many international organizations. What do these say about the U.S. presidency's intellectual kind of status and position?
That's an interesting question. So if you look at presidential speeches over the decades, presidents have learned to speak in a more popular way. Complex syntax, large, fancy words have been wrung out of presidential rhetoric. Presidents have learned to speak in the vernacular. Donald Trump has taken that to an extreme of simplification and added to it a shameless level of open deception and lying. That's the big change. That was not typical of presidential rhetoric until Donald Trump.
I'm going to get more onto your career and influence as a speechwriter of US presidents in a moment. But it does make me wonder, if you had to put yourself in the shoes of the person who's responsible for making Donald Trump speeches, what would you imagine writing for him? I mean, assuming he even listens, because there's a feeling that it's all off the cuff and ad-libbed.
So if you watch his speeches, you can see pretty obviously the parts that are written for him and the parts he ad-libs. He'll often read a sentence and then stop and say, that is so true, right? Which is a tip-off that he hasn't read the speech until that moment. So he's commenting on the speech that his speechwriters have given him. And this is not untypical of presidents, then he goes off on his own. And he could leave the speech for minutes, 10 minutes, an hour sometimes. One of the distinctive things that's with Trump is his speeches have become less and less like other presidents who had different speaking styles, if you will, for different occasions and different audiences. Right. With Donald Trump, it's become more and more every speech is a rally speech. So he speaks to European leaders or at the State of the Union with the same aggressive and freewheeling and dishonest rhetoric that he would do just at a open air speech to his base.
And it seems that a lot of his comments are about himself and his successes. Is that quite common with presidents?
No. Presidents are, of course, they have great egos, but most successful presidents learn to make speeches about the audience, not about themselves.
I was going to go back to the Trump administration's policies and the funding cuts in many areas, such as overseas aid, and now education is being targeted. It's lost thousands of jobs, American jobs, in those very important areas. How sustainable is that going to be? Not just the impact of the unemployment, but how the country will operate. When it comes down to that, on a global scale, for example, now with the planned funding cuts in overseas aid, HIV/AIDS would rise up, and of course would have an impact on the USA as well. Looks like that might be scaled back to continue the aid. But what sort of impact is it going to have on the way the world works when you have cuts that are having such a broad impact?
I think it's completely unpredictable. What I can say with some confidence is it is not going to end well, and that it will be at some point reversed. Here's the reason I say that. When you look at the history of presidencies, the recent history of presidencies, poor policy choices, poor budgeting choices, poor management, eventually in ways that nobody could have predicted, lead to disasters. Think George W. Bush and Katrina, right?
Hurricane Katrina.
Yeah. Think Barack Obama and the website for Obamacare, which was a tiny blip of a problem, but, haunted the presidency, his presidency. We are going to see these kinds of, we're already seeing it. You're already seeing examples of FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, unable to answer the phone when bad weather shows up. And the reporters are all over it, saying this is the result of budget cuts. Whether it is or not, in this case it was, we're going to see disaster after disaster, and the public will turn. The public doesn't like these budget cuts as it is. The question is, will it change elections in the future? And it all depends on the scale of the disaster.
Was DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, a good idea in the first place?
Terrible idea. Horrible idea.
Why, though? Because people say the government is inefficient.
Well, the government is inefficient. Corporations are inefficient. The government is inefficient for a variety of reasons that have nothing to do with firing your best senior employees. The government is inefficient in part because it over-relies on expensive contractors who have monopoly contracts and charge a lot more. There's a lot that that can be improved by government. What Trump smartly did that the Democrats did not do is promise reform. Gallup polling has been consistent for decades. The average American thinks Washington wastes 50 cents on its dollar, on its tax dollar. And that's an exaggeration, but it's not totally wrong. Trump played on that, and I'm sure won votes on it and got support on it. He utterly mismanaged the reforms themselves. He did more harm than good.
What impact do you think Elon Musk had in shaping this second Trump presidency, particularly in the eyes of young people? Then, of course, he fell out with him, so of course that has an impact too. How did you regard what was going on there?
Well, he handed a tech oligarch the keys to the federal government, all its data, and let him run rampant through it. And it was more or less a disaster from beginning to end, to the point that Trump had to distance himself and get rid of him. So in no way was it a positive. I'm sure like someday we'll look back and something that the Doge did under Elon Musk, somebody will build something good from, but it's pretty hard to see right now.
I did hear you say in interviews that one of your concerns was that basically Elon Musk was using young kids with no real experience,
right,
to judge everything.
So it's the reason generals send 18-year-olds to the front is because they're looking for adventure and they don't know their own self-interest, right? Anybody, with wisdom and a few years under their belt would know that the things that they were being asked to do were illegal and will haunt them the rest of their lives. So they sent interns. It was really quite horrible.
So what was the biggest problem with Doge? What's gone wrong the most? Is it simply that it's targeting the wrong areas?
Yes. The problem with the federal government is not that we have too many federal employees sitting around doing nothing. The problem with the federal government is we don't have enough federal employees with enough authority, and there are many of them, the best of them in the key sectors, overwhelmed. And they're reliant on outside contractors, outside forces. They don't have the tools they need. They're often burdened by procedures that they didn't create that get in their way, that are the accretion of reforms and legislation from years ago. There's very good ways to unknot the bureaucracy, strengthen the bureaucracy, bring in better and more talent, and have a more efficient government. That is not what they did.
Well, the fallout with Elon Musk was quite severe and very public, of course. When you saw Elon Musk tweeting and Xing, or whatever it's called now, about the need for a third party, and in his case, naming it the America Party, what went through your head?
Well, you know, the Washington Monthly's chief political writer, Bill Scher, wrote a quite smart post about this. Musk could succeed. As unlikely as it is to build a sustainable third party, Musk is a little bit like Ross Perot. He's got the money, he could have the issues, and he could make life very difficult for both parties.
Isn't there a need for a third party?
I don't think so. I think there's a need for the Democratic Party to figure out how to win back the voters that it's lost and keep the voters that it has, and really govern in a sustainable way for a while.
I'll get back to that in a second, but isn't one of the biggest problems in most countries that if they're a two-party political system, that it becomes a kind of us against them, and it's usually just countering each other's policies, irrespective of whether they're good or not, or bad or not, and it's simply the public get left out as they fight amongst themselves.
And look, we don't have a parliamentary system in the United States. If you have a parliamentary system, multiple parties can work. It can be just as dysfunctional as a presidential two-party system, too. There's good and bad in both, but I just don't think there's any example in U.S. history of viable third parties that don't lead to one party going out of business. We've just been a two-party nation since our founding.
After standing, apparently solidly behind President Trump, are you seeing signs of the Republican Party starting to push back? Is there a sense of unraveling going on there?
No, I don't think so. I think there is always going to be deep grumbling. As I said, the Washington, D.C. part of the party feels very, very constrained and humiliated by President Trump. But they fear breaking from him far more than anything else.
So, Paul, what do you think it would take for a major backlash by the Republicans against?
I think support for Donald Trump has to plummet among Republican voters, and I don't think that's going to happen. And support also among independent voters, and I don't think that's going to happen unless and until they feel it in their lives. And that is economically, that is from these federal mismanagement disasters, the kinds of things that have tanked previous, presidents like George W. Bush, who once was a god to the conservative base of the party and left in humiliation.
So what degree is that potential problem on the horizon with the midterm elections?
We'll see. There's all this debate about why we haven't seen in the inflation numbers and in the economy the effects of the tariffs. We could talk about why that is. Will any of that really take shape before the midterms? We don't know. But if it does, it should have an effect.
Is there any likelihood that President Trump might achieve what he sometimes states as his goal of staying on longer?
No, I don't think so. I mean, look, anything can happen. We might not have a democracy in 2028. I think that is still a gleam in the eye of many in the administration. But America has a lot of redundancies, a lot of resiliency. Donald Trump's polling numbers are pretty bad right now. They've been falling since his inauguration, and they don't show much signs of abating. They've leveled off here and there, then they fall some more. If this keeps happening, he's going to have a very bad midterm.
In spite of his first presidency, having its own quirks, people still voted him back in. How do you regard the difference between those two terms?
Well, his first term, he rode the coattails of the Obama-Biden boom, let's be honest. goosed it a bit with his tax cuts, then hit his first really stormy period, and that was COVID, mismanaged it horribly, and lost because of that. There's a great parlor game, what led the Democrats to lose in 2024. First, they didn't lose by much. It was very close. And you can't underestimate the power of the voters not liking Joe Biden's age and the really severe pain that working class people felt with inflation. If you're working class, when you look at the numbers, even though median wages increased more than inflation for 2 of those 4 years, if you're in the lower end of that spectrum, the inflation hurt you much more than the wage gains helped you. And people were miserable. The working class has been suffering for decades in this country. They're barely making it. And unfortunately, the Democrats ran into high inflation and paid a price.
I'm always surprised how little is known about the poverty levels in the USA. Outside, everyone sees it as gold-paved as a country, but COVID didn't help either.
No, COVID was a miserable experience for the vast majority of the country. The more you couldn't work at home and didn't have savings, the tougher it was. There were a lot of programs that cushioned it. Once the programs that cushioned it began to fade, that's when people really suffered. And that also coincides with the 2024 elections.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. London. Oh, London. It is known as the world's financial capital along with New York, and is also Europe's cultural hub. More than 300 languages are spoken in London. The city houses many famous luxury hotels, but there are many cheaper accommodations too. You can try the hostels, a comfortable B&B, or even camping. London is home to the most amazing attractions in the world, and there are many ways to view it. See the city from above and get a panoramic view of the iconic skyline via the London Eye or view from the Shard. The Thames also makes for a stunning backdrop to the city's known attractions. You can take the river bus services or river tours to beat the traffic and see wonderful sights at the same time. Schedule trips to London's canals, including Regent's Canal and Little Venice. Have a look at the world's most precious treasures at the British Museum. Bump into a famous celebrity at Madame Tussauds, or meet the dinosaurs at the Natural History Museum. Many of London's best museums and galleries are actually free. You can spend time browsing through the British Museum, Natural History Museum, or the Science Museum at no cost. For clean and green spaces, London boasts of 8 royal parks, including Hyde Park and Richmond Park. London also houses one of the best theater scenes in the world. You can catch one of the long-running musicals, classic plays, or brand new works making their West End debuts. Expect to see famous faces on the London stage. Meanwhile, you can also take a culinary journey around the world with London's diverse restaurants. Choose from the Michelin-starred restaurants, the gastropubs, the traditional British restaurants, and places for afternoon tea. London is famous for its bar scene, with rooftop bars, riverside pubs, and champagne bars to offer. On a shopping spree, places to visit are the flagship stores on Oxford Street and the gifts and bric-a-brac at London's markets. The city also hosts the best sporting events in the world. Home to English football is the Wembley Stadium. See a match at Lord's Cricket Ground or Wimbledon Lawn Tennis Museum. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Obama, he read the daily briefings. Obama was never interested in politics. It was just pure narcissism. That's why Obama and Trump don't get along. It's what Freud called the narcissism of small differences. They're mirror images of each other. They're both just stupendous narcissists, Obama and Trump. But Obama read the daily briefing. Trump, nothing. But there is a question. Do you prefer, in that Oval Office, somebody who's hyper-competent or hyper-incompetent? I'm not sure which I prefer. I'm sure Tony Blinken was very efficient, very competent, very knowledgeable. And you know what? He was a moral monster. He was a moral monster. So do I prefer a Trump to a Blinken? Or a Blinken to a Trump? I don't know. I don't know if I want somebody hyper-competent or incompetent office. But you say, it's true, Trump is so erratic that you can't really predict what he'll do. It's true.
Even he says he doesn't know what he's going to do.
Yeah.
Welcome to a special edition of Counterpoints. I'm Melinda Nucifora. We're bringing you an exclusive interview on this episode as we strive to put these uncertain times into some sort of global context. The 2025 Global Peace Index found there are 59 active state-based conflicts currently raging, the most since the end of World War II. Almost 80 countries are engaged in conflicts beyond their own borders, a worrying indication of geopolitical fragmentation. So to analyse how we got here and, perhaps more importantly, to advise how best we can move forward, I am honoured to say we're joined by Professor Jeffrey Sachs, world-renowned economics professor and thinker who serves as director of the Centre for Sustainable Development at Columbia University. Professor Sachs, welcome to Counterpoints.
My great delight. Thank you so much.
I want to begin on the bigger picture to start off our conversation. You've spoken and written at length about our new multipolar world order. How significant is this redistribution of power that we're witnessing?
Very significant. What's happening now is a once-in-many-century event, actually. The Western-led world, the European imperial world, followed by the U.S. imperial world, has basically become a truly multipolar world in the last quarter century. By that, I mean that a world that was dominated by Europe and the United States for centuries is now a world in which China, India, the Gulf countries, even Africa getting its act together with the African Union, is becoming a world in which power is dispersed, in which many parts of the world are achieving rapid economic progress, and in which, therefore, the geopolitical pecking order, if you will, is changing enormously. Not every country understands this well. My own, the United States, lives anachronistically. It tends to think a little bit in the past that this is still the U.S.-led world, that the President of the United States can bark orders, demand this of Russia, demand this of China, demand this of India, demand this of Brazil, but it doesn't work that way anymore. So we have entered multipolarity, several great powers, many regional powers. We don't have an exclusive hold by one or two or three countries on the leading technologies, though it is true that the U.S. and China tend to dominate still on the innovation side. but technologies are being used worldwide. Countries are catching up, and the geopolitical order is therefore changing.
How do you think the US has maybe reacted or fallen into line with this redistribution?
The U.S. Lives in the past. It believes in its heart of hearts, and when I say the U.S., I mean the political class. I mean Washington. Thinks the U.S. still runs the show. President Trump, for example, believes that the U.S. market is the be-all and end-all of the world economy, and so it's his leverage point for everything, based on access to the U.S. market that he individually grants or deprives other countries of. He thinks that he can get his way geopolitically. He's coming step by step to understand it doesn't quite work that way. When he imposed punitive tariffs on China, China said, okay, we'll match you and we'll slow the export of rare earths materials, magnets, and so forth, nearly bringing the U.S. auto industry to a standstill. The U.S. quickly blinked and backed down from that confrontation. Now the U.S. has punitively put an extra 25% tariffs on India. India announced soon afterwards, well, it's canceling military orders from the United States, and Prime Minister Modi is meeting with President Xi Jinping shortly. The world is a much more interesting place than the Truth Social blasts would lead us to believe.
How successful, or maybe unsuccessful, do you think this redistribution has been on a global scale? And what kind of challenges lie ahead as international powers recalibrate to it?
The rhetoric that I use is that we have arrived at multipolarity, but not at multilateralism. And the distinction that I'm trying to make is that multipolarity means that power is dispersed in a number of places, but multilateralism means we have rules of the road. We have an understanding. We have international law. This is not working right now. In fact, as this multipolarity has spread, I would say that the effectiveness of the United Nations has diminished. And I work at the United Nations. I love the United Nations. I think the UN is critical for the world's future, but it's paralyzed. The U.S. vetoes what it doesn't like. The UN itself is struck by the U.S. non-payment of dues, and not just the U.S., other countries as well, even though the budget is tiny by any standard of comparison or relative to what the UN should be having as its budget in order to carry out its functions.
Do you think it needs a restructure in that case? So is it still fit for purpose? Or does it need to be scrapped and start again?
Well, we don't need to scrap it, but I think that the right description is UN 2.0. This is the 80th anniversary of the UN. We need an upgrade. It's time for a new model. Not scrapping things. By the way, if we scrap things, they're not going to be rebuilt right now. The U.S. is not in a building mode at all. It is in a tearing down mode. But we have an effective base, but we don't have the details right. We need to reform the UN Security Council. We need to change the veto. We need to change the funding of the UN. We need to actually change the locations of the UN. Yes, headquarters could stay on the East River, but there should be a major campus in China. There should be a major campus in India. There could be a major campus in Riyadh. There could be a major campus in Africa. This is a worldwide organization, after all. We're not in the U.S.-led world anymore. So
elaborate on that for us. Why do you think that there should be a UN campus, say in Riyadh, say in China? How would that improve the current situation?
Two things. One is that it would give a sense of local ownership and responsibility to this multilateral international venture. Right now, I love the fact that the UN is a few blocks from my house in New York City. But the truth is that people in China should say, yeah, of course we have the UN. We have a major center. I'm advocating a major center on climate and the energy transition in China because China's leading on that. Each region of the world should feel, yes, we have a piece of this. This is our institution. It's not a U.S. preserve. The U.S. was the creator of the UN, no doubt. Franklin Roosevelt, I'd give him, more than 50% of the overall credit. He was a genius. He was our greatest leader. But now in a multipolar world, we actually need a multi-campus UN as well, in my view. The second reason is the U.S. should not be able to dictate terms anymore. It tries to, but it can't really. The U.S. is 4.1% of the world population. The U.S. is about 12% of the world trading system. The U.S. is maybe 14% of world output measured at so-called purchasing power prices. It's not enough to lead the world. It's not enough to claim to lead the world.
So do you think then that the centre of gravity is shifting, economically at least, maybe diplomatically? Is it shifting eastwards, towards Asia, towards the Middle East, in that sort of regard?
The center of gravity of the world population and the world economy for millennia was Asia. And Asia had 60 to 70% of the world population and roughly a comparable share of the world economy. And that was true as recently as the beginning of the 19th century, say the year 1800. It was the Industrial Revolution and these recent 2 centuries that changed that, especially from 1800 to 1950. Asia went into a steep absolute and relative decline. Absolute because Asia became colonized by Britain across the Gulf region, across Central Asia, across India, the Indian subcontinent. China was brought effectively under European imperial threat or actual control on the coastline. Very few countries resisted the European industrial imperialism. To my count, that came to an end at the end of World War II. Europe was exhausted by 2 world wars. It did not have the moral, financial, economic, military, or technological capacity to maintain its imperialism. But the United States partly took over. And so the U.S. tried to maintain this. It became called Western dominance, not European imperialism. And the U.S. led that roughly until the year 2000. Now we're really multipolar. I think we can thank China for the biggest breakthrough that occurred. This giant, Napoleon said, when China awakes, the world, the world will know it. And the world knew it. This is the single biggest geopolitical change in the world. But it's not just China. It's all over the world. Every place I travel, and that's nonstop traveling, countries are at the cutting edge of technology right now. They're thinking very creatively. They're incorporating robotics, AI. I took a wonderful tour in Dubai recently of all of the AI advances in Dubai. But you'd find that in many places in the world. This is now really a world community, not dominated by any one place or any one country, but we don't have the mindset yet, the rules of the road, the self-restraint. I start with my own country. I want the U.S. to respect Russia, to respect China, to stop making threats, and to stop thinking that the U.S. can call the shots.
You have said that we are living in times of extraordinary instability and extraordinary danger. To your mind, who or what is to blame for that?
There are several things that are happening. We're in an age of generalized disruption. First is the geopolitical change that I've just said. Second is the technological revolutions that are interconnected but distinct. We have the nuclear age, we've had the biotechnology revolution, we have the AI revolution. Each of these are technologies of enormous power for good and enormous potential for destruction as well. I happen to think it would take us in a long digression, but I happen to believe on the basis of extensive evidence that the COVID pandemic came out of a laboratory. I actually think it came out of an American laboratory, but that's a long story. But that it was a bioengineered virus. Let me put it this way. I think the evidence is quite strong on that, but even if it's not true, it could have come out of a lab because we have technologies now that are so powerful that you can make worldwide pathogens. Who controls that? Nobody. Don't believe it's under control. So that's another reason for massive destabilization, is the technological destabilization. And when the U.S. Soviet so-called bipolar world created, it wasn't stable and it wasn't peaceful because there were wars all over the periphery, let's say, not between the two countries directly, but there was a certain structure to the world, happy or unhappy, it was structured. There's a lot less structure now. There are 9 nuclear-armed countries in the world. That's a lot. The relations among them are not good. They're not clear. And the nuclear arms control framework has broken down, by the way. The United States led the breakdown. It abandoned one of the pillars of that framework in 2002 when it unilaterally walked out of the anti-ballistic missile treaty. So we don't have a shared understanding of the scene right now. And then in Washington, I have to be clear and truthful about it. The United States talks as if Russia and China are just open enemies. This is a horrendously wrong idea.
I'm going to come to Russia and China a bit more specifically further in our conversation. But before we get there, I want to turn our attentions to the Middle East. You don't have to...
Could I mention one more factor before we get there?
Sure.
Because I shouldn't forget it, and it's what I do for a daily life, and that's the environmental crisis. The environmental crisis is a side effect of the economic success of the last 2 centuries. We use resources to an extent that's absolutely unimaginable, hundreds-fold compared to 2 centuries ago. And it turned out, bad luck, really bad luck, that carbon dioxide, which comes from burning fossil fuels, of course, has what we call quantum mechanical properties of absorbing heat, of absorbing infrared radiation, and therefore contributing to global warming. It's just a chemical fact. It's not an ideological fact. It's a chemical fact. So we have massive environmental crises, water, heat waves, droughts, floods, rising sea levels, biodiversity loss. Oh, my God. How many governments are really prepared for that?
It does create a very unstable time.
Zero is a little bit of an exception, but they're not ready for this. The U.S. is in denial. Many other governments are in denial. So this is just another factor of disruption, because you have these super sophisticated societies, and then suddenly nature shows, oh, you're not so sophisticated as you think. Look at the pictures in the recent days of Hong Kong in massive flooding, because they had a torrential rainfall that is unexperienced for, I think it's, for more than a century. And that's because warming waters add to convection and add to precipitation. And this is happening all over the world. So this is another matter of disruption. Now, if we were smart, we'd all sit down and say, God, these wars are so stupid. We better focus on cooperating on the areas of real danger to us. But unfortunately, politics is not so rational.
Politics gets in the way. If we turn our minds to Israel, Gaza, making headlines, unfortunately, on a daily basis, We're hearing a fair bit in the previous days of international condemnation of Israel's new plan to occupy Gaza, but not really seeing a lot of action. How would you characterise the current situation and the world's reaction to it?
Well, Israel is a rogue state. It's committing a genocide before our eyes. 2 million people are being starved right now, and it absolutely has to stop. One reason it doesn't stop is that the United States is utterly complicit in this. The United States finances Israel, the United States arms Israel, and the United States blocks action in the UN Security Council. So this is a U.S.-Israel operation. Intolerable, illegal, profoundly evil in its ways because it's killing tens of thousands of people before our eyes. Now, what to do? What to do with this new announcement that Israel is going to occupy Gaza is, I would hope, that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and France, as the co-conveners of the implementation of the two-state solution, which reported out to the UN General Assembly at the end of July, together, that's President Macron, the Crown Prince, Mohammed bin Salman, would together say this is unacceptable and it's not going to happen. It would tell the United States, you cannot be complicit in this. Israel must not move. This would not be an unpopular opinion. All over the world, there's condemnation. But we must move directly to the implementation of the two-state solution now, and no more of Israel's genocidal actions or occupation and so on. So condemnation is not enough. We need a clear set of actions. I do believe that France and Saudi Arabia should take the lead on this because they're the co-chairs of implementing the two-state solution.
Undoubtedly, though, when it gets to the floor of the UN, the US is going to do what it's always done and veto any vote on the establishment of a Palestinian state. Why do you think? Why does the US insist on that veto? What's behind it?
Well, I think there are two issues. One, the vote should only be in the UN General Assembly right now. The US does not have a veto. A vote in the General Assembly would show that 185 of the 193 member states of the UN, with a population of 95% of the world, is calling for immediate action and that Israel must not occupy the General Assembly. So the Security Council should consider it, but this is a matter for the UN General Assembly where the U.S. does not have a veto. I would suggest that the Arab League have a practical plan. We will put in security. We will take the emergency relief operations underway. We will take the hostages from Hamas so that they are in safety. We will demand that Israel release the 3,000 plus hostages that it has in administrative detention, no less than that. So I think that the Arab League should actually step forward in a very practical, operational way right now and make clear that the Arab League will support the Palestinian Authority to take the responsibility in Gaza and that Israel must get out of this because genocide is enough. We've seen enough. No more. And the condemnations now need to be followed by a practical action, and the United States needs to be told in no uncertain terms, no, you are not going to be complicit in Israel's occupation of Gaza. I believe that this can work. Now, why does the U.S. do this? I have to tell you, I've watched this for decades. It is a mystery, to some extent, why the U.S. is so controlled, it seems, by the Israel agenda. Of course, there are many answers that are given. One is the Israel lobby, is AIPAC, is the big money involved in campaign contributions. No doubt, part of that's true. Part of it is the uniqueness of 45 or 50 million American Protestant evangelicals who base their foreign policy ideas on biblical lines, obscure and more than 2,000 years old. This is true of America. Very strange, but absolutely true. There are multiple claims that many American leaders are blackmailed. This is the whole Epstein fury. Who knows? But it's not far-fetched. We know that the CIA and Mossad has worked closely together for decades. For decades. This is not a new relationship. But I tell you, even if you follow this hour to hour, day by day, it is a bit of a mystery because we have a genocide underway. And even with all of this, America should be able to figure out, no more. This is intolerable. This goes far beyond anything remotely acceptable. And the fact of the matter is the American people have figured this out. They used to be very pro-Israel. Now they're pro-Palestinian, roughly by a 2-to-1 ratio. But the political class still hones to this give Netanyahu anything agenda. But the whole rest of the world has moved beyond this.
But they've moved beyond it maybe in words, but when we see how diplomacy has failed to negotiate a ceasefire on this, you've spoken about why maybe America is hamstrung, but on a global scale, why are Israel's traditional allies also hamstrung? Why does the Western world in particular seem powerless to put some actual actions into the words that they've been saying?
Well, don't depend on the so-called West. This is the first point. The West, as I've said, is experiencing the end of its centuries of domination. Psychologically, the U.S. is in the worst shape because it's the most unrealistic, but Europe is in bad shape also. Now, it's true. Even in Europe, we're seeing, in Britain, amazingly, in Germany, which said it won't send military to Israel that could be used in Gaza. Of course, in France, saying that they'll recognize the state of Palestine. We're seeing some glimmers, but we're past the Western world. It's time, really, honestly, with all respect for the Arab world, to lead right now on this issue. And for the Arab countries led by Saudi Arabia, because Saudi Arabia clearly has the geopolitical lead on the Palestinian issue right now, to say no occupation. And to mobilize France for that, because France is the co-chair of this implementation, mobilize the UN operations, mobilize the UN General Assembly. But also one thing that's needed in politics is a specific plan of action. Here is what's going to happen this week, next week, the next week, the next week. This cannot be left to the U.S. This can't be left to anybody. It has to be proposed now. I would say starting with the KSA, but really with the Arab League. This is an Arab responsibility for Gaza. We will help to stabilize the situation. Israel must leave, according to the voice of the international community, the International Court of Justice, and basic human truth and decency. Get out and stop starving 2 million people.
Just a few days ago, I spoke to a senior Hamas official on this program, and he rejected calls for Hamas to disarm, given the current humanitarian situation there. Do you think Hamas should disarm and leave Gaza in order to execute a ceasefire deal that has been on the table for far too long now?
I think that Hamas should disarm and leave Gaza in the context of implementing the two-state solution unambiguously, with Gaza being taken over in security terms by an Arab group under the Arab League in support of the Palestinian Authority. Yes, but not just a U.S. ceasefire. U.S. is so dishonest. It is the most dishonest broker in this. It has nothing but Israel in its intentions. So for Hamas to say, well, no, that doesn't make sense, that makes sense. But if the Arab League and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation say to Hamas, we are implementing the two-state solution and we are ending the Israeli detention of more than 3,000 people in administrative detention, and we are taking over the humanitarian aid, not this murderous operation of the U.S., which is not humanitarian, it is murder at these food points. We're doing it as the Arab League. We are doing it as the OIC. Then I would say, yes, this is the right answer, because then we're going to have a solution to this issue that's a real solution, not an American phony solution, not an Israeli dominance solution.
If we turn our attentions, unfortunately, to the other global conflict that we report on daily, Russia-Ukraine, the stage is set for a meeting between US President Donald Trump and his Russian counterpart. Should we expect some sort of breakthrough, especially when you bear in mind this back-and-forth relationship we've seen between President Trump scolding President Zelensky, befriending Putin, and now back and forth? How do you see this playing out?
What's happening, I think, it's very confusing, but what's happening is I think that Trump and part of the American political class would like to end the war, stop the NATO enlargement, stop the provocations that led to this war. And another part of the American political class, the CIA, the military-industrial complex, most of the Congress, would like to continue the war. And Trump's job as a president is to lead. But he hasn't led. He's been like that twisting weather vane. Like you say, some weeks it looks good, other weeks it looks bad. A president of the United States has the major job of leading. What we miss in the United States is any public politics about this. Trump says nothing to the American people. He explains nothing. And vis-a-vis Russia, I know privately they say, yeah, NATO's a provocation, but publicly they don't say that. It's just like Gaza. When the United States doesn't say two states, okay, then you know that they're not going to be able to settle anything. And in Ukraine, until President Trump says publicly, NATO will not enlarge, this war will continue. Well, he doesn't want to say it. There's a political cost to it. But damn it, if I may say so, that's his job. That's the job of a president, to stand up and explain what's really needed. The way to end this war is to say publicly, NATO enlargement was a mistake, it was a provocation, it was a threat to Russia's security. By the way, not just from Russia's perspective, exactly if Russia said, we're going to set up a military base in Mexico, the United States would say no. So the U.S. saying, we're going to set up a military base in Ukraine, of course Russia says no. So the job of the president is to be clear on this. Trump, for whatever reason, because he doesn't understand it or because of the constellation of politics around him, has not been clear. Now, there's this meeting coming up. Who knows? I hope that the meeting is based on Stephen Witkoff having said to President Putin, we understand that we're going to get to the root cause of this, and then President Putin saying, okay, then we'll have a meeting. I hope that's what's happened. We'll find out soon enough. President Trump continues to threaten these sanctions against Russia. Can sanctions on Moscow ever work? And have they been an effective lever so far in this conflict? They will not work. They will drive the BRICS countries closer together. They will, yes, divide the world. They will boomerang on everybody. The sanctions not only do not work, they're a lose-lose proposition for the world because trade is actually a good thing. Europe is the biggest loser, by the way, not Russia. Europe pays multiples for its energy, carried as LNG from the United States, for God's sake, because the U.S. blew up a pipeline of cheap gas coming from Russia. Okay, this is ridiculous. And Europe let that happen for its misconceived geopolitical reasons. But in any event, these sanctions cannot work.
All right, let's keep your economist hat on. Let's talk tariffs then, in the US in particular. Will President Trump's tariffs make America rich again?
No. And if one looks at all of the claims and all of the statements about rebuilding American manufacturing employment in the U.S. has been flat for a decade, and it's going to go down because of AI, because the factories are becoming robotic, AI-driven factories everywhere in the world. I was just in a cutting-edge factory in China in the solar sector. It was a massive, massive operation. There were almost no workers in it. It was robots the entire way and AI systems monitoring the process with a few dozen workers scattered in this massive cavernous factory. So Trump's idea that he's going to solve an employment problem or recreate jobs, the jobs aren't in China. They're nowhere right now. They're robots. And what Trump is doing is disrupting the existing supply chains that exist. America's not going to be a great shipbuilding industry in the future. By the way, America under Trump is committing a kind of suicide in the auto sector because China's already the world leader in electric vehicles for the next decade to come. And Trump says, I have no interest in that sector. Well, that's the future of the automotive sector, and Trump is uninterested in it. So none of this is really going to work. It's just disruption.
All right, so we've talked Russia sanctions and a little bit on US tariffs. If we flick our minds back to Russia, you've said that this conflict could have been avoided multiple times. What do you think was the biggest missed opportunity here?
Well, the biggest single missed opportunity was April 2022, because there was a draft agreement on the table. One can even find it online. It still had some contested points, but the U.S. swooped in and told the Ukrainians, don't sign that, fight on. We've got your back. Don't accept neutrality. So that was the most immediate moment when the treaty was right there to end the war. But you can go back step by step by step. In December 2021, President Putin, on the 15th of December 2021, put on the table a draft U.S.-Russia security agreement. I spoke to the White House at that point. I said, negotiate. This is a good agreement. It was based on NATO non-enlargement. They wouldn't negotiate. Missed opportunity. If you go back 4 years before that, there was the Minsk II agreement. The idea of the Minsk II agreement is end the conflict by giving autonomy, not territorial sovereignty or annexation to Russia, but just autonomy within Ukraine to the eastern Donbas region, to Donetsk and Lugansk. The U.S. wouldn't support it. It told Ukraine, ignore it, even though it was a treaty that Ukraine had signed and that was backed by the UN Security Council. Go back to February 2014. What is the U.S. doing helping to lead a coup against a president of Ukraine? Guaranteed trouble. They shouldn't have done that. Go back to 1994 when Bill Clinton got the very bad idea from his advisors and from the deep state to expand NATO all the way to Georgia and Ukraine. So this is a long-term project of the military-industrial complex gone awry. I have come to this cliche, which I find true. The U.S. plays poker, Russia plays chess, China plays Go. Poker is an interesting game. It's a series of short hands, and it's based on a lot of bluffing. And the U.S. has been bluffing all along, up until this week, that you must end unilateral ceasefire now. These are bluffs. This is poker playing. But the U.S. has had a terrible hand, and it's losing the pot.
We're almost out of time, but I just want to get in a couple of US questions before we wrap up, particularly about the White House. We've seen a lot of executive orders being signed in this administration, I think more than ever before.
By far.
What's your take on that? And is the US political system okay? Is it at risk?
No, it's broken completely. It's not a constitutional system. Trump's tariffs are the purview of Congress under Article 1, Section 8 of the U.S. Constitution. Congress has the authority, the explicit and only authority, to levy duties. But Trump asserted that. There is a court case right now. The lower court said Trump does not have the authority just to declare an emergency and then remake the U.S. trading system. And now it's in the appellate court. And in the hearings in the appellate court a few days ago, the judges were very skeptical of the U.S. position, of the U.S. government position, that is the Trump position. So the appellate court is likely to rule that the whole Trump emergency decrees on tariffs is unconstitutional. Then it will go to the Supreme Court. This is really the crux of the matter. The Supreme Court is the ultimate arbiter of the U.S. Constitution. It is filled with the Trump appointees. Whether they hand over the keys of the kingdom to King Donald or not is really going to be the ultimate determinant of whether we maintain our constitutional order or not.
With that in mind, with who is pulling the strings, is the US becoming an oligarchy? Are we seeing rich tech bros front and center in the White House? Are they pulling the strings?
The U.S. Is an oligarchy. It's long been an oligarchy. It's just a question of which oligarchs. So in the 1950s, the famous expression was, what's good for General Motors is good for the United States. The auto industry was the big thing. I would say in the 1970s to 1990s, the U.S. oil industry was the dominant sector because that was American security. Because underlying oligarchy is the security issue always. Now, the security, according to the Pentagon, depends on AI systems. The Pentagon doesn't produce AI. The tech oligarchs produce AI. So the Pentagon is actually making mega contracts with Musk, with Peter Thiel, with all of the tech industry. In turn, the tech industry put Trump into the White House with its big financial backing. So this is the temporary oligarchy. But I think it's right. American politics was corrupted many decades ago. It's just an interesting question. Who are the main corruptors each period?
Well, if we, just to wrap up, on the rich puppet masters, if we can call them that, your thoughts on should billionaires be allowed to exist?
Yeah, billionaires can be allowed to exist, of course, because they make big companies and they can have a constructive role in the world. But their wealth should become a part of the public patrimony in the following generations. We should not have built up dynasties which rule the world. And basically, the billionaires Some of them say they're going to give away half their wealth. What do you need? For the other 100 billion, you're going to keep it for yourself? No, thank you. So I think, first of all, we should have a system in which our age of abundance allows everybody to live decently. We don't have zakat in the United States. We have the poor are on their own. That's all. And that is a horrendous system. We don't have billionaires of responsibility. And what we certainly should not have is the government for sale. So you could have billionaires, but government's not for sale. The U.S. government's for sale. It should stop being for sale.
You've been incredibly generous with your time. We appreciate your illuminating responses. It's been a very interesting and candid interview. Thanks so much for joining us here on Counterpoints.
Absolutely, my pleasure.
Jeffrey Sachs, world-renowned economics professor and thinker, who serves as the director of the Center of Sustainable Development at Columbia University. Sir, thanks for joining us here on Counterpoints.
My great honor and pleasure. Thank you.
And thank you for joining us for that special episode of Counterpoints for our exclusive one-on-one interview with Professor Jeffrey Sachs. You can, of course, follow us on YouTube, on social media, on X and on TikTok to follow all our latest debates. Thanks for your company.
To take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Mumbai. Bright lights, busy city, Mumbai in India. Many Indians choose this place to hold their extravagant, stylish weddings. Guests are always in jewel-toned saris, intricately embroidered skirts, and such. Indian weddings in Mumbai are great for sightseeing, often the subject of photographs, and most of all, a fun event to be part of. Lucky if you're a friend or relative of an Indian about to get hitched. Weddings aside, the city is also known for many other treats. The Marine Drive is a popular destination. Listen to Bollywood tunes or the Punjabi rap there. Or if you prefer to be away from the loud sounds and noisy blues, Mumbai will always have its quiet corners. Yoga is popularly practiced in Mumbai. One of the recent practices is aerial yoga, where yogis would pose using cloth harnesses that are suspended from the ceiling. Another option is to travel via the sea. a highly recommended way to see the city. The Gateway of India is superb at sunset, definitely a sight to behold. You can opt to charter a yacht, as there are a fleet of vessels available for hire. Want an experience of the ever-famous Bollywood? Hop into an auto rickshaw. You'll get to ride past the film stars' mansions in the area, plus maybe get a glimpse of one of the superstars. The city is known for its old colonial houses too. Luxury boutique hotels aren't the norm here, so it's a gem to find one. Make sure to take pictures. The city's nightlife is quite a busy yet low-key one too. There are restaurants, cocktail bars, and various concert venues to choose from, and there's always a gig in town. Catch in performance an indie band or an a cappella group. Musicals are a dream. Then there's also the hip art scene, found in the middle of Shoreditch. This neighborhood in Mumbai is where you'll find the art galleries, cafes, and places for shopping too. Now you'll know where to buy souvenirs to take home. Copenhagen. Roam around the city of Copenhagen and you'll find anything and everything to suit your tastes and interests. Denmark's capital is filled with historical landmarks, architectural sites, and museums that speak of its culture. What to do in Copenhagen? Visit the famous Little Mermaid, of course. The diminutive stature of this bronze-cast Hans Christian Andersen heroine is considered the city's most iconic landmark. Many who've seen it will come home with a postcard or a photo of the great replica. Then, of course, you should sample its best and most iconic dishes. The Danish, or also known as the New Nordic Kitchen, is in fact known as among the world's best. It offers a modern take on the traditional Danish cuisine that uses seasonal local produce that's organic and climate-friendly. It's highly recommended that you visit one of its best kitchens and gourmet markets for an authentic culinary experience. Meanwhile, for entertainment, Copenhagen is highly praised for its jazz music. It has also become a means to express voices on certain issues such as racial tolerance and free thought. American jazz musicians have actually made the city their home since the 1960s. Since then, it has become one of the characteristics Copenhagen is known for. It's got top-notch jazz clubs, open-air concerts, events, and international jazz festivals are held here on a regular basis. Another landmark that reflects the city's culture and history is Christiania. The autonomous free town Christiania was founded in 1971. It is the site of an abandoned military camp that has continued its existence for over 4 decades. As an effect, the city of Copenhagen has come to be known as the liberal and free-thinking capital. A visit to the city will definitely teach you some of the remarkable stories of its history. Not to be missed are the canals, of course. 1. There are the painted houses on the canal side. Make sure to visit Nyhavn, a former sailor's haunt transformed into a lovely summertime tourist trap. Then there's also Gamle Strand, where a street market adds a lively air during the summer. And finally, Christianshavn, which is filled with canals. It has earned the nickname of Little Amsterdam. Atlanta. capital of the state of Georgia, which is the most populous city in the U.S. The city is in fact the 9th largest metropolitan area in the U.S. It's got a convenient central location that allows easy access and a welcome invite for tourists. The region of Atlanta is known for many homegrown celebs. Its pop culture is also rich with diversity, shopping, a thriving nightlife, and yes, sultry weather. It's why the city is nicknamed Hotlanta, both for its happening night scene and intense weather. Atlanta is also known for its diversity and culture. Thousands travel to Atlanta for its yearly gay pride festivities. You're also sure to meet a mix of people from various nationalities, beliefs, and religious upbringing. The city, after all, represents a mix of the Old South values with modern beliefs brought about by its growing population. The city is also home to one of the world's busiest airports, the Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport. About 90 million people travel through it every day. And that's mainly because the city is centrally located and within just a short flight to where more than 80% of people live in the U.S. It connects to a dozen of both domestic and international destinations. Now about the famous celebrities in Atlanta. As you know, the city is responsible for many world-class talents. Rappers and singers we know today call the city home. There's Tyler Perry, T.I., and his wife Tiny, and Bow Wow. Music videos, films, and TV shows also love to feature the city. Most known are the scenes in Real Housewives of Atlanta, The Braxton's Family Values, and Single Ladies. On to the nightlife. You can try nightclubs and comedy bars, high-energy parties, and low-key jazz and poetry readings. Some even flock to Atlanta just to be able to experience the hottest nightclubs. Celebs also make a stop over to the city for the club's luxurious VIP areas. Last but not least is, of course, the shopping. You'll find anything, yes, anything, to buy in Atlanta. Dozens of malls line the city, along with hundreds of shopping centers in practically every corner. Add that to the string of warehouse sales offering shoes, clothes, accessories, household goods, and appliances. There are also home stores for antiques and furniture. Just about every nook and cranny in Atlanta has a shopping area. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Netanyahu says he plans to complete a new Gaza offensive fairly quickly, as at least 5 people die in Israeli airstrikes. Meanwhile, deadly drones have killed 3 in Russia as Trump prepares for a so-called feel-out meeting with Putin on Friday. Ukraine's role remains uncertain. And Trump deploys the National Guard to Washington, D.C. as he cracks down on crime and homelessness in the capital. Now, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said he plans to complete a new Gaza offensive fairly quickly. Speaking after his security meeting, who approved the plans to take control of Gaza City, Netanyahu said he had no choice but to complete the job. At least 5 people were killed in the area after an Israeli airstrike on Sunday night. Here's what Netanyahu had to say regarding Israel's upcoming plans.
Given Hamas's refusal to lay down its arms, Israel has no choice but to finish the job and complete the defeat of Hamas. Israel's Security Cabinet instructed the IDF to dismantle the 2 remaining Hamas strongholds in Gaza City and the central camps. Contrary to false claims, this is the best way to end the war and the best way to end it speedily. I don't want to prolong the war, I want to end the war, and I think the other suggestions would have prolonged it.
Netanyahu's comments come as 5 Al Jazeera journalists were killed in an Israeli strike in Gaza City. Their funerals took place earlier today. Israeli military have confirmed it targeted 28-year-old correspondent Anas al-Sharif. Israel believed al-Sharif served as the head of a terrorist cell in Hamas. Al Jazeera have called it a targeted assassination and a premeditated attack on press freedom. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Managing Director of This is Dubai, Michael Jabri Pickett, and presenter and actress Elena Wallace. Thank you so much for joining me, both of you, this evening. Michael, let's start with you. So we heard a little bit from Benjamin Netanyahu earlier on today, and I was just wondering, what were the main takeaways, did you think, from the press conference? It was a long press conference Netanyahu gave last night, and it was obviously to foreign press, something he hasn't done for a little while. What did you make of the whole thing that unfolded?
So it was a PR offensive. Not only was it to the international media, but it was in English specifically because he knew his main audience would be the American voting public. He needed to make sure that they were at least understanding what it is that he's planning to do. He set out goals, if maybe not a clear strategy, but he talked about what he wants to do. He also made sure that the point was clear that he does not want Israel, so he says, to be in Gaza for an extended period of time. He did double down on his rhetoric about Hamas has to be defeated. He wanted to make sure that he was quite clear about Israel and the U.S. being aligned. He did something quite interesting, which is that he's brought a large portion of the Israeli public together with Russia, China, and many of the international members of the global community, because they all agree that things are at a tipping point. And the starvation that's happening, that Israel is perpetrating upon the Palestinians, has to stop. And they all agree on that. So from that point of view, he was quite successful, even though that wouldn't have been an intended goal.
But it was also quite interesting because I was speaking to a correspondent earlier from Tel Aviv, and he said one thing that also stood out is we did know the plans to go into Gaza City. Netanyahu had made that clear on Friday. But in the press conference last night, it also became clear that central camps and Al-Mawasi will also be infiltrated by the IDF, the Israeli military. So almost an expansion on top of the expansion he was talking about. So more areas is where Israel is now prepared to go into. And Alana, we also heard from the Australian government, who came out yesterday and said it would recognise a Palestinian state in September. And this follows in the footsteps, of course, of the UK, France and Canada. Why did the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, make this decision?
Yeah, I mean, look, it was last Sunday, the 3rd of August, when the pro-Palestinian demonstration was in Sydney, and that was a big controversy, you know, throughout Sydney. The police did not want it to happen. Well, wanted it to happen, but in a place that wasn't going to shut down 8 lanes of a bridge, you know. And the Supreme Court ruled that, said no, let it happen. Ambulances couldn't pass from one side of the city to the other. So this was a big deal for this to happen. So the fact that Anthony Albanese has come forward and said this, and he is, like you say, Leigh Ann, he's very much off of the back of the UK, of Canada, of France as well. I think strength in numbers, you know, I really do think that. As it stands, it's only really the US and Israel who are together. The whole of the rest of the world are seeing the horror that is happening in Gaza, you know?
Yeah, and I do think that's true. We are all seeing it unfold right in front of us. We all know exactly what's going on. But recognising a Palestinian state next month at the UN security meeting doesn't stop what's happening now. You know, so it's okay, you can come out and say we're going to recognise a Palestinian state. But one, is it the right time? Because we don't know who's even going to govern that Palestinian state, because we've not heard the US or Israel have any plans after this offensive happens. So is it the right time, or is it just basically, like many people argue, it's just elevating Hamas?
So I don't believe that it's elevating Hamas. It is symbolic, and symbols are incredibly important. But are they enough? There needs to be a complete thinking outside the box. And somebody has to come up with something that none of us have thought of yet. That, I think, is the way forward, because what's happening in Gaza right now has to stop today. And the issue is, as aid workers have talked about, it's not a case of, oh, we can start giving people regular food now. It's going to take weeks to start to get people to be built back up to the point where they were maybe 3 months ago. That takes time. And if you are acknowledging next month that Palestinian statehood should, in fact, exist, that's a nice symbolic gesture. But you still have people who are starving. And that's where, again, something outside the box has to come into play, where people have to, and you and I were talking earlier, maybe the way that South Africa and apartheid came to an end in the early 90s, where it was a concerted economic and cultural series of sanctions and boycotts that came together so that one country recognized they had to change their policy. The issue in Israel is that as long as they have the backing of America, I don't know that any outside-the-box thinking will actually work.
And I think that is the problem, isn't it? I think this is what a lot of countries are trying to do, as you said, force in numbers. But earlier I spoke with Fadi Helani, Senior Fellow at the National Council on the US-Arab Relations, about whether or not Arab nations are putting enough pressure on the US to stop Israel's actions. Just what Michael was saying here. Take a listen.
The Qataris and the Egyptians are, in fact, trying to speak to the Americans about the necessity and the importance of ending the situation in Gaza. And there is an understanding, if the U.S. Was putting some pressure on the Israelis, this could not have happened possibly in the way we are seeing it nowadays, whether when it comes to the number of people killed every day, even including journalists. As you know, this morning, Al Jazeera journalist was killed, or even the starvation, which is happening, of course, in Gaza. So the Arab stance, and especially the Qataris, the Jordanians, and the Egyptians, is very clear on this. This, what they call genocide, has to stop. The starvation has to end. But the Israelis, understandably, if there is no U.S. pressure, no matter how pressure they are getting, whether from the Europeans who are saying they want to recognize the Palestinian state, whether it's from the Arab states, that's not going to happen. The U.S. silence on what's happening in Gaza is understood as an unwritten green light to the Israelis to continue what they are doing.
There we go. So another big thing that's actually happening, sort of black channels diplomacy that I wanted to talk about, is Hamas officials are joining ceasefire talks. So we know that Hamas are reportedly on their way to Cairo as part of efforts to resume ceasefire negotiations in Gaza. The big question is now, can they reach a ceasefire before this offensive by Israel into other areas of Gaza which are currently not occupied, stop this from happening? So is this a way to bring Hamas back to the table, possibly?
Some analysts are thinking just that. It would take the Israelis a couple of weeks to ramp things up to get to the point where they're able to go in. And that 2-week, 3-week period could be an opportunity to entice Hamas to recognize things are at a desperate point. We need to actually get to the negotiating table and start talking about these issues. So some will think that what Benjamin Netanyahu is doing is simply just trying to get Hamas to come back together, but making it so difficult for them to walk away. And if he can get them believing that something is terrible going to happen, that maybe they will be enticed.
Let's see if anything will come of those negotiations and those talks, because we know that we've seen this happen before, but we've never actually seen it come to a ceasefire. We did, but that obviously didn't hold. So we will wait to see what comes of these latest talks and decisions. Thank you for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And 3 people have been killed in Russia in overnight Ukrainian drone attacks, with 59 drones intercepted. 7 of them were en route to Moscow. The strikes come as attention turns to a high-stakes meeting between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin this Friday in Alaska. European leaders are urging that Ukraine must not be sidelined from the talks, with Zelensky insisting Kyiv should be part of any peace negotiations. Writing on Telegram, the Ukrainian president has said Russia is dragging out the war and therefore deserves stronger pressure from the world. Russia refuses to stop the killings and therefore should not receive any rewards or positives for itself. And this is not just a normal position, it is a rational position. Concessions do not convince a killer. Alana, so more attacks overnight as last week's deadline for Trump's sanctions on Russia, I just felt like they kind of came and went. It was almost like we forgot it was going to happen.
Yes, it feels like the goalposts are constantly being moved here. Leigh Ann, like you say, it was all supposed to happen last week. Yeah. It didn't, and now we're going with Friday. It just feels like there's a lot of talk, and you know, again, nothing's going to really happen here. But the fact that 59 drones overnight and all these deaths have just happened again, it's just more killing, more fighting. It's horrendous, and again, something needs to happen. We need to, put a stop to all of this.
And that's exactly what Donald Trump said, because he was actually speaking today. He was speaking of something else. He gave a 2-hour conference, but he did come back to this historic meeting, Michael, that should be happening on Friday. He said a lot of things. He said, I'd like to see a ceasefire. It's a feel-out meeting with Putin. I'm going to tell Putin to end the war. He says, I think we'll have a constructive conversation. And then the big question, going to try to get some territory back for Ukraine. We've seen a lot of talk about ceding territory and territory. But what is going to come from this meeting on Friday? And has it been planned well enough?
I don't think it's been planned very well. We feel it has kind of come together at the last minute. I think it could be an awful situation for Zelensky and the Ukrainians, because how can the wronged party not be at the negotiating table? And, when we talk about swapping of territory, the Ukrainian forces hold no part of Russia. It's only the Russians that hold parts of Ukraine. And in Donald Trump's mind, he may be thinking, if I can get the Ukrainian government back half of what they've lost, he might see that as a victory. But no Ukrainian is going to see that as a victory. So when we're talking about swapping territories, it's actually Ukrainian territory and Ukrainian territory where the Russians maybe give up some here or some there. But again, those are conversations that Donald Trump is talking about with Vladimir Putin. At some point, President Zelensky has to be involved in these discussions. And then while all of that is going on, the EU is feeling this existential threat. Aside from Ukraine, there are 5 other EU member states that border Russia. What does that mean? So if Vladimir Putin comes in and takes only 3 or 5% of Poland or Estonia, Donald Trump is going to be okay with that? At some point, you have to be tough with your aggressor, or else if the bully is not dealt with, the bully is going to continue to take and take and take.
And that's so interesting, because Volodymyr Zelensky has told European leaders that they must reject any settlement proposal by Donald Trump, which sees them giving up Ukrainian land they still hold, but that Ukrainian territory in Russia's control could be on the table. So that's something that we know the Telegraph is reporting today. So maybe Zelensky is looking to say, OK, right, we need to end this killing. We need to get back to the talks. This could be a way of getting a ceasefire with the blessing of Europe. But it's a really tricky situation, isn't it? Because, as you said, people are still being killed. It's still 4 years into this war, and it's grinding on. And it just seems to be that we're all in a bit of a stalemate, really.
I mean, again, I'm going to say it's talks about talks. Everyone can say, we're going to meet up and we're going to, have these ceasefire and peace talks. Is it actually going to happen? I will see miracles if it does, unfortunately.
But then again, it always seems like Vladimir Putin has some sort of way of charming Donald Trump, doesn't he? We've seen this time and time again, don't we? We see Steve Witkoff go to Moscow and then nothing really happens. So I'm just wondering if we're going to see this again, or is Trump just going to walk away like he threatened in this and say, you know what, we'll see the parameters, I may leave and say good luck. Trump could just walk away altogether. And then where does that leave this situation?
Because he doesn't have a vested interest in it, he might think that if I can achieve some sort of concession so that Vladimir Putin will stop the killing, which is what Donald Trump has said he wants to do, then in Donald Trump's mind, that might be a victory. But for the Ukrainians, they might say, but we were doing nothing. Our country was invaded. And now, excuse me, Vladimir Putin is getting everything that it is that he wants. What are we getting out of it?
And I think that's a big question. And Donald Trump has actually also said that if a ceasefire is reached, he'll be happy to do business again with Russia, which will obviously put Russia back into the international stage. He's been iced out for so long. But where does Zelensky fit into all of this? As we say, Ukraine was invaded. They've put up one hell of a fight for 4 years, haven't they? And Zelensky's gone everywhere. He's gone all over the world. He's called on everyone to help the country. And what will this mean for him to give up his territory? And how can he keep, you know, the Ukrainians on his side? And how can he keep morale in the forces? Because they must be exhausted by all of this.
I think what it comes down to is really everyone is not wanting to get on Russia's bad side completely. I think maybe that's where it leaves him ultimately. He's in a...
And I mean, the hard thing is they had these talks on Friday without him. Are the talks even worth anything?
Well, there's still some doubt if he's going to appear or not. But I think if Vladimir Zelensky is smart, and I think he is, he could use himself as a bargaining chip, which is if he's able to throw in, I will step down and we'll have new elections, where he is putting his country first, and then that maybe takes some of the pressure off of Donald Trump, and maybe it allows Vladimir Putin to save a little bit of face, because maybe I didn't get everything I want, but the guy who was leading that country, he's gone. He was willing to step away. That might be something that, like, there are so many different opportunities for people to see the chips that are on the board, to see the cards. Remember, that was the big accusation Donald Trump made to President Zelensky in the White House. You know, you don't hold the cards. But if he does recognize that he does have that opportunity, also, it's becoming incredibly expensive for the Russian government to continue this war. For all of the new army personnel that join, they have to give them a massive signing bonus.
So it's interesting that you say that, because Russia's actually currently the most sanctioned country in the world, but they are having a really good GDP, and a lot of that is because they're still on a war footing. And, you know, obviously there's shadow oil going to India, which is making them a lot of money, and going to China and going to lots of other countries. So even though we say that, Russia has done extremely well up against these economic roadblocks that those sanctions have put into the country. So it's fascinating how they've kind of stood up in the face of adversity, and I think that's what the Russians would pretty much argue.
I agree with you, but a war footing works because, you know, at a certain point it will end.
Yeah.
You can't stay on war footing for generations. And I think that the Russians recognize that this is working for now, but certainly it's not sustainable for, you know, another 4 years.
Oh, no, absolutely. And I think the Ukrainians and the Russians probably feel it. And it's the volume of the men. You know, Ukraine has apparently lost at least 1 million men, which is extremely... Sorry, Russia has lost 1 million men, and Ukraine, the statistics are, you know, they're changeable because no one really knows. But we're talking about huge volume of young lives here. Let's see what happens on Friday. I think everyone's going to be tuned in for the optics of that Alaska meeting with Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump. Thanks for your thoughts on that. Let's move on now. And President Trump has announced he's deploying the National Guard to Washington, D.C. as he pledges to crack down on crime in the city. That means the city's police will come under federal control. Here's what he had to add during a White House press conference earlier today. Take a listen.
Now about possible result of the Trump-Putin meeting. I think most probably that they will claim, first of all, air truce. So stopping of the bombing of the big cities far from the front line. It's first. Secondly, there has been agreed sectoral ceasefire on the south of the front line in Zaporozhye and Kherson region. Then they will decide that it is would be very good to have exchange of territories. Russia will give to the Ukraine those territory, Ukrainian territory, which they control in Sumy region, Kharkov region, Nikolaev region, and Dnipropetrovsk region. And Ukraine will give to Russia those territory which it can control in Donetsk region. It's exchange of 1,500 kilometers to the 7,000 kilometers. It's look not balanced by figures, but you should take into account that Russian army is winning, Russian army is going forward, and Ukrainian army is going back.
So I just want to let you know, of course, that was not Donald Trump. That was Sergei Markov, a former Putin advisor to Moscow. We played you the wrong clip there. But we are now going to talk about the latest on Donald Trump in Washington, D.C. He did give a 2-hour press conference, just to let everyone at home know that. Michael, that was a long conference. He had a lot to say. What did you make of it?
So say what you will, Donald Trump is 78.
79.
79, pardon me. He has pretty good stamina. I don't know too many 79-year-old men or women who can stand up in front of the media and answer questions for as long as he does.
And always give a sharp answer. It's pretty incredible. I do often think that. I think he's always got something to say. Like, sometimes I would just be like, I don't know what's going on.
He has an opinion. He has a point of view. He's not shy about sharing it. He's not shy about talking, and turning things around. So from that point of view, it's impressive. And what I like about Donald Trump is that he sees something and then he talks about it. And I think too often politicians will run into a situation where they just accept the status quo. Mm-hmm. But in this particular case, he's talking, and it seems as though he's getting things a little bit mixed up between crime and homelessness. But imagine if he spoke about what he saw, and then he said to, he posted on Truth Social something to Republicans and to Democrats. I want you to meet 4 times over the course of the next month. I want you to come up with a bipartisan plan that helps us solve the homelessness issue or the violence in Washington, D.C. And he sort of challenged them to come together, work as Americans to make this city great again. Imagine if he did that. Instead, he takes this approach where he sees something, he tweets about it, and then he wants to bully through an executive order, or he wants to take advantage of a loophole. He wants to call in the National Guard. And really, the issue that he's concerned about, again, he seems to be mixing up sometimes the homelessness with the violence in the city. And the violence in the city is less than it's been before. But, the homelessness issue, a city of Washington size, you have 700,000 residents, only about 3,700 homeless. Most are in shelters, so you're only talking about 800 people at any given night who are out on the street. That is not as bad as he's making it out to seem. But he does have an idea about wanting to fix the cosmetics rather than looking at the symptoms. Instead of wondering why we need to build more prisons, maybe he should be digging a little bit deeper and saying, I don't want us building more prisons. That's not the solution. The solution is to get to the net problem.
And I think this is what people were trying to decipher out of this 2-hour conversation that he did have, what we learned about Trump's plans for D.C., and maybe we'll find out a little bit more about that. But can we really put homelessness down to a rise in crime? Like Michael said, it's intertwining these two things. But is that actually fair?
I mean, the mayor of Washington, D.C., Muriel Bowser, is completely rejecting these ideas, that Trump is throwing at her. As you said, Michael, 30 years it has been, the crime has been low in 30 years in Washington. So Donald Trump is all about the cosmetics and how things look, and he wants to ship these homeless people out and not actually solve the root of the problem, like we were saying before. And personally, I don't think it would be... Of course, you're going to have some homeless people causing a bit of the crime, but overall, absolutely not. I think the fact that he is just tarring all the homeless, like you say, around 800 people with the same brush, I think it's disgusting. I think it's not correct. And clearly, because the facts are saying, the crime rate hasn't been this low for 30 years. It's the first time. So
well, Donald Trump did have some stats with him. And when he read out those stats, Washington, D.C. looked like it was basically on par with Baghdad. And that's comments we have heard from the Trump White House regarding this Washington, D.C. story. But actually, the data for this year suggests that robbery has fallen by more than a quarter and homicides by 12%. 4% compared with the same time last year. But there is a difference in crime figures, apparently, when it comes from the DC police and by the FBI. But there's not that much discrimination. So what is Trump's end goal here? He says, you know, he could move the homeless people into a tented accommodation where they have access to medical facilities and washrooms. That possibly could be a good thing to maybe get them back onto the right track if it's done properly with the National Guard, Michael.
Yeah, he has this great ability, you know, the old Steve Bannon quote, right, to flood the zone, where Steve Bannon would say that if you're a Republican, the opposition is not your enemy, it's actually the media. And what he'll want to do, especially right now, you know, we haven't talked about the Epstein files in quite some time because we have the summit with Vladimir Putin on Friday. Will Volodymyr Zelensky be there? We now have this where Donald Trump is, because it's D.C., which is a district rather than, you know, a state, he has a little bit more control as part of the federal government. So he's calling in, you know, the National Guard. He wants to, he sees an issue, he wants to correct it. I don't know that it deserves a 2-hour press conference for this, but it gets people talking about this, which is what he wants to control the narrative, and he wants to be the center of attention, and he does a wonderful job of that. But there are other issues that the media could be focused on, but because the President of the United States is there, that's the one that they do focus on.
He blindsides. He's so fantastic at going, look over here. We spoke at this before, the magician effect that he has. He's fantastic at it. And I think this is another example.
And, you know, he had big hitters with him today when he had that press conference. We saw Pam Bondi, and we also saw Pete Hegseth, sorry. So Donald Trump was bringing out his top team when he wanted to make sure that this message on Washington, D.C. should get through to his supporters and appeal to his MAGA base. So much, thanks for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to another story now. US fashion designer Willie Chavara has apologized for a shoe design he made in collaboration with Adidas Originals after it was criticized for cultural appropriation. The shoe was inspired by traditional leather sandals made by indigenous artisans in Mexico. The Mexican president was among those who spoke out against the footwear, which was reportedly made in China. Now, Elena, this is actually a fascinating story when we have a look at it. You know, the designer has faced backlash against this. Tell us more. What's gone so wrong here?
So, of course, the Mexican people are taking massive offence to the design of the sandals. I personally think that he didn't mean any malice, any disrespect. I mean, his father is half Mexican within his career. You know, he's had a fabulous career. Last year, he was the senior vice president of Calvin Klein. Times Magazine has just voted him part of the 100 most influential people in the world. He's always highlighted Latino culture and, you know, paying homage to the Latino community throughout his career. I really don't think there was any kind of malice or disrespect, like I say, in this. And now he's paying a massive, massive price. I do feel there is an element of course, fashion is art. And I think within art, it's always a diluted version of something that we've seen and maybe been inspired by, sometimes not even consciously, subconsciously. We've seen something, taken that and put it out, trying to claim it as our own. I'm not saying that this happened in this situation, but that could have potentially been. And now he's paying the price for this, but he has come out, he has apologised, taken ownership, and yeah, it's he's in the press, he's been spoken about, we're speaking about it right now, right? So he's just going to continue.
Yeah, absolutely. But like you said, you know, art is really an imitation and we all get inspired from something, don't we? Even if it's pop music nowadays or art that we see, often it's inspired from other people. So do you think that designers, Michael, and they might need to think a little bit more before they take inspiration? You know, because we've seen other big fashion brands come under fire with sandals that were inspired from Indian culture. Now we're seeing it from the Mexican culture. Does there need to be a bigger thought pattern behind this and maybe work with the artists from those countries to make a design?
Certainly, there needs to be more of a concerted effort to go forth and do your research. In this particular instance, because the designer and Adidas have come out and they both apologized, my argument would be, and I've said this to colleagues, editors, and journalists who I've worked with for decades, that it's a two-step process. If you don't like something, you get to criticize it, absolutely. But step two is you have to come up with a better idea. And while everybody has come forth and apologized, if the designer or Adidas had stepped forward and said, and used it as a teaching moment, and said, we made a mistake, teach me, show me. So if the Mexican president had been approached by Adidas and Adidas said, can you introduce us to the communities that we need to speak to so that we don't make this mistake again, so that we're in a better position, we're better educated, we can then make sure that we're working with the right people. This, to me, would have been the next logical step in the process, rather than just everybody trying to not get canceled, everybody trying to make sure that they get their apology out there as fast as possible so there's not a lot of backlash.
But could there also be another way that we're all talking about it now, and could these sandals become really popular and make more money for those people in Mexico, the artisans who are making them,
Of course,
maybe?
I mean, an image of the sandals has been taken offline for now, so we can't currently see them right now. But I do think that would be a fabulous PR move, for them to do that. But we don't know what they're being advised to do legally as well. Adidas, of course, one of the biggest corporations in the world, they were obviously, forced to push through this apology. And cancel culture is such a thing these days. They're probably just terrified of that,
This is one of the things that I know I've learned from my children, as well as the incredibly popular people, especially on TikTok, is authenticity.
Yeah.
Right? And so if you come forward, and I know the legal department might be saying one thing, but if there's somebody who's senior enough to say, you know what, we're going to use this and we're going to lean into the apology.
Be
and
brave with
yes,
it.
exactly.
Yeah.
I think that I always just apologise if I've done something wrong, but maybe Michael will be inspiring me now to then come up with
We need Michael, head of our PR team.
Yeah, I feel like, Michael, I remember now, I will apologise with a solution. I think that is the way to go forward. But such an interesting story, because the controversy follows years of efforts by the Mexican government and artisans to push back on major global clothing brands who they say copy their designs. So it's not just Adidas, Zara, Anthropologie, and lots of other fashion brands have been called out by the Mexican government for this. So it is something that they're aware of, and they want to make sure, as you say, that the people making them in Mexico get a fair pay and are involved in it. But thank you very much for your thoughts on that. And finally, Michael and Elena have come up with a couple of quirky stories of the day. Michael, I absolutely hate this story, and I'm really upset that you came up with it, because I saw it on the news and I hoped that you wouldn't, but you did. And it's about this horrible, controversial... I know I've just basically said I hate it from the beginning, but tell me why you chose this story.
I'll tell you why I know you hate it.
But I think Elena would agree with me. It's horrible, isn't it?
Well, let's
so it is... It's a clickbait story that is a little bit about bait. So a zoo in Denmark, a local zoo, has put out a social media post on Facebook asking for unwanted pets to be donated to the zoo so that they can feed the predators. That's the top line. Now, if you dig a little bit deeper, we're talking about chickens, rabbits, guinea pigs, and surprisingly, horses.
Little ponies. Yes, I saw that too.
Yes.
I read something. I saw a lady interviewed on the news who had actually given her old pony. She came out and spoke about it. Yeah.
And there's also... I don't want to generalize, but I'm going to generalize. European society seems to be a little bit more in touch with the realities of the food chain. Whereas some cultures, I'm thinking mostly in North America, where they're a little bit too sensitive about the realities, and they don't want to see it. Now, in this particular case, let me get this in, if they had not called them pets, and that seems to be what's caused the controversy, but it's also what has, I think, helped them drum up business. The reason they want pets, what they've said is that animals, they will gently euthanize them, and then they'll be able to feed them to the predators. And they need to make sure that the predators have as close to a realistic experience as though they were in the wild, which means they need their system, their digestive system, needs to go through the process of dealing with consuming something that has fur and bone and all sorts of. So you can't just give an animal fresh meat from the butcher shop. It needs to be something that's more authentic. And I do wonder if the word pets is going to be used next time. Now, the zoo has said this is a policy and an approach that they've taken for a long time.
And I did see that, and I did see the zoo come out and say this isn't the first time that this has been requested. It's something that's pretty normal in Copenhagen at this zoo in Denmark. But I just think pets is what stood out to me. And I thought, how could you give up your little pony?
I mean, of course you don't want to, but if the let's use the pony as the example.
Yeah.
If the pony is super ill or super sick towards the end of its life, then you may as well give it back to the food chain, give it back to nature. I'm a massive animal lover. I absolutely love all kinds of animals, really, I do. But I do also think that you've got a really good point there of letting whatever it's a tiger, a lion, like it's in its natural habitat, kind of hunt for this other animal. So the digestion is, how it would be in the wild. That's a really, really valid point.
As they say in The Lion King, it's the circle of life.
It's the circle of life, it is.
And we're not talking about like a German Shepherd, being handed over to the zoo.
Not my Chihuahua King.
Yes, exactly.
None of my dogs or anything.
Yeah.
I just want to say that, I don't know. And also apparently, just before I move on, because I know we're running out of time, they had to cull some baboons. Culling is also, of course, something, but they fed those baboons to the animals. So anyway, everyone, I need to get off my high horse about that story. Not literally, the pony. Let's move on. Let's go to yours. Yeah, too many. Yours is about a new feature on Instagram. I don't know about this feature. I've not heard about it.
Right,
Why is it invasive? What's the situation here?
Okay, so Meta has quietly rolled out a new feature on Instagram, just in the USA at the moment.
Okay.
It's going to come out globally soon. And it's caused a bit of controversy because basically what it is, within the Reels section on Instagram, there'll now be a section where whichever reel you have liked, your friends can see which reel you've liked. And it's all neatly in this little section
what
with
do you
your
mean?
profile photo.
What, of any person?
So say you like my reel on Instagram. Everyone who follows you, all of your friends on Instagram, will be able to see.
My God, so many cheaters are going to be caught out.
That's what I thought as well, which I'm a massive fan of, because I'm like, let's expose them all.
It's going to expose every single cheater out there.
Which is fantastic, I mean, tell me you're a millennial spy without telling me you're a millennial
Oh my gosh,
spy.
we all are. Yeah.
And, but yeah, of course, in all seriousness, people in America, some people are saying this is diabolical. They want whoever's designed this feature to be sacked and all the rest of it. But I think, look, if you're on social media anyway, you have to be an open book. Like, that's the kind of, what game you're playing. You're entering a space that is very much
I better stop
out in
liking.
the open. So don't like anything that you want people to see, basically.
No, the
Leigh Ann.
firefighters videos. But everyone will see that. You can like, oh gosh, I think this
you only
is
have to worry about your
minefield.
boyfriend seeing them.
Well, exactly.
But I think it's a whole minefield.
But I mean, look, but here's the thing, and it's like the ongoing joke within social media, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's always catching people out. It's always exposing people.
Always.
And I think, again, like, if you're in that realm, then you have to be open to being caught. But look, Instagram are saying, I just need to say this, Instagram are saying it's so people can connect via a different way and, discover. And, like, for example, say if I saw you liked a reel, and then the next time I see, I saw you like that reel. I didn't know about that. And then that's a conversation struck. It's a conversation, that you're going to learn something from. So that's why Instagram is saying that they're going to do this. But yes, Leigh Ann, I agree. Let's expose the cheaters.
I'm up for this cheater expose. Go on, Insta. I mean, it's also a bit creepy at the same time, but we won't talk about that because social media pretty much is. But that's all from us on W News Extra. Thank you so much to today's guest. Managing Director of This is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett, and presenter and actress Alina Wallace. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. GNT with Tom Burges Watson is coming up next Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Toronto, home to about 2.7 million people, Toronto is Canada's largest city, and the sprawling city filled with distinct neighborhoods offers a diverse mix of attractions to see, places to visit, and destinations to check out. Perhaps the most popular is the Niagara Falls, one of the 7 wonders of the world. A highly recommended way to see the famous falls is through the Maid of the Mist boat ride, which allows you to get right up close to it and immerse yourself in its enormity. Another popular site is the Dundas Square, often compared to New York's Times Square. The place is often used in the production of popular blockbuster hits because its setting is quite easy to film in. The city is also quite popular for its lineup of major art museums. The Art Gallery of Ontario, Toronto Gallery of Inuit Arts, and the Gardiner Museum of Ceramic Art makes Toronto a burgeoning art community. Great art alternatives can also be found lining the streets of Queen West, Ossington, Queen East, and the Distillery District. Every year, the art scene in Toronto is also taken over by contemporary artists during Nuit Blanche, an all-night arts festival that runs from dusk till dawn. You'll also want to walk by the Graffiti Alley in the Fashion District, Toronto street that's legally tagged with an entire walking tour of murals by local street creatives. There's also the Distillery District, a cobblestone and usually carless street, featuring industrial houses that feature galleries, fashion designers, and artisan food products. Toronto is also host to an entire lineup of alternative dance and music fests. Some of the most popular include Digital Dreams, Electric Island, and Mad Decent Block Party. In June, travelers flock to the 17-day festival called Luminato. The Four Seasons Center for the Performing Arts is the place for opera and ballet shows. It is home to the Canadian Opera Company, and the National Ballet of Canada. You may also want to try hiking or biking to the Toronto Islands nearby. It's just a ferry ride away. Plus, you'll get to see the city's skyline at sunset. The sandy beaches are worth the trip, and the eclectic Wards Island is an interesting community to explore. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on today's programme, we'll be getting all the latest from Gaza, where health authorities are reporting that 69 people have been killed in the last 24 hours, including 6 journalists. The Israeli army admits to killing journalist Anas al-Sharif in an airstrike on Gaza City on Monday, accusing him of leading a Hamas cell. Coming up, we'll have the latest on that, plus the overall situation on the ground there in Gaza. Hello and welcome to the programme. Palestinians have been reporting one of the heaviest bombardments in weeks overnight in areas of eastern Gaza City, where witnesses say that Israeli tanks and planes pounded Sabra, Zaytun and Shujaya. These are 3 eastern suburbs of Gaza City. Well, this comes just hours after the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said he expected to expand the offensive in the enclave. Well, the Israeli military says its forces fired artillery at Hamas militants in the area. Meanwhile, the war in Gaza has been described as one of the deadliest conflicts in history for journalists, with more than 200 media workers reported to have been killed since the conflict began. Meanwhile, the UN Human Rights Office has condemned Israel for its overnight strike on a tent sheltering Palestinian journalists, calling it, quote, a grave breach of international humanitarian law. Well, the UN statement underscores growing international outrage over what many see as Israel's systematic targeting of the press in Gaza. Well, let's get more on this now. We can speak to the photojournalist Paul Conroy, who's covered multiple conflicts and who in 2012 was in the Syrian city of Homs with the Sunday Times foreign correspondent Mary Colvin when she was killed in a rocket attack, and Paul himself was severely injured in that same attack. He joins us from the edge of the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv. Paul, thank you very much for joining us. I want to start by asking you about the killing of Anas al-Sharif, the 28-year-old Al Jazeera correspondent, killed with a group of 5 of them from Al Jazeera were killed. 1 other freelance journalist was also killed. What went through your mind when you heard that news?
Thanks for having us on. First of all, condolences to the family, friends and colleagues of those killed in this ruthless attack. When I first heard it, I was stunned, shocked, dismayed. This is really nothing short of an assassination and execution of journalists who were protected under the Geneva Convention to go about their work without being targeted. And it's symptomatic of what's happened in Gaza over the last 2 years. There have been case after case of the Israeli government attacking journalists, which under no circumstances is legal. This is a clear breach of international law. These are war crimes that are being committed, and it breaks my heart. These are fellow journalists. These are colleagues, and we keep seeing this kind of behavior. And I mean, there's no sense of any accountability from the Israeli government, and this is just another in a lineup, I think, of nearly 200 people, 200 journalists killed for simply doing their job, for bearing witness. And I mean, these people like to work in the dark. They don't like the light being shined into them. And these brave, extremely brave journalists are being killed for holding these people to some degree of account.
I mean, Israel says Anas al-Sharif was the head of a Hamas terrorist cell. I mean, does that sound feasible to you? Have you seen or heard any evidence that sounds remotely convincing to you?
Absolutely nothing. I mean, we keep hearing this. The Israelis target people, kill them, then always seem to have a convenient story to hand. They're blatantly targeting people who were protected under the Geneva Convention. There is no evidence. I think if we look at the world's reaction to what Israel is doing at the moment, I don't think many people believe these tales that they come out with of journalists being terrorists. It's not believable.
I mean, even if there was some evidence of some past Hamas links, and there are various reports doing the rounds, I mean, the same cannot be said, can it, of the other 4 Al Jazeera journalists who are with him and the 1 freelancer. So it's almost as if to say, well, if we suspect 1, 5 other people are going to pay the price. I mean, that doesn't stack up either, does it?
No, absolutely not. They are acting as judge, jury, and executioner with no evidence being presented anywhere. And 5 other people in a tent of all places. They're bombing tents. Now, them 5 people have been named. We know they are, but the Israeli government presented no evidence that they were guilty of anything. And if you prosecute a war using only wide area battlefield weapons in highly populated areas, you are going to kill people. Let there be people be under no illusion that this was an accidental killing of 5 other people. It was probably something, I don't know the munition, but if you use a Hellfire missile against a tent in a crowded area, other people are going to die. And that is, without doubt, that is not an accident. That is just pure disregard for everybody on the ground in that 30, 40 meter location is condemned before the missile is fired.
There aren't many journalists working on the ground now in Gaza. I mean, as we've been saying, so many have been killed. Another 6 have been killed in the last 24 hours, one of them, Anas al-Sharif. When organisations like the Committee to Protect Journalists say that he should have been protected back in July, what sorts of measures do you think they had in mind? I mean, how can the remaining journalists operational in Gaza be given more protection? What form could that protection take?
It's very difficult. When you have as Israel does, is control all access to Gaza. Nobody gets in or out. And these are young Palestinian journalists who just have no protection. I don't see. They won't allow international journalists in as witnesses. So the young journalists are operating in an environment where the only authority in that place, in that 140 square miles, that is the hell of Gaza, the only people there bearing witness are the young journalists. So it's not even as if the eyes of the world can be there to witness this. We can't be there. The BBC, yourselves, we we can't be there to bear witness. So unfortunately, it puts the brave individuals who have the courage to document what's happening in this.
Yeah, I mean,
in this place, they're wide open. You know, they are at the mercy of the Israeli government, and that is not a good place to be.
Sure. And as you've been saying, you know, international journalists are not given free access to Gaza unless they go as part of a military embedded invitation. And what does it say, do you think, the fact that Israel is not allowing international journalists into Gaza? What does that say to you?
The most obvious thing is they have a lot to hide. They're acting in the same way that when I went into Syria in 2012, there's no difference. What they're doing there is they're killing the messengers. You know, they do not want the world to know what's going on in Gaza. Hence, the international journalists not being allowed in without almost an embed. And that's only indicative of what we witnessed in Syria when we were in Bab al-Amra and Homs, was the regime slaughtering people. Pure and simple, we saw it, we witnessed it, we got the word out, we were attacked and killed. And I think it's exactly the same playbook that Israel is using. But this is Israel. When we were there, it was the regime of Bashar al-Assad, who were completely off the rails and rogue. This is, until recently, a well-respected country. And they are operating by the same playbook as despots such as the al-Assad family, and that is tragic.
What you're saying, just to clarify, is that the tactics being used by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel are the same or comparable as the tactics used by the ousted Syrian President Bashar al-Assad. Is that basically it?
That's exactly what I'm saying. The playbook is the same. It's killing the messenger. We weren't meant to be in Syria getting the stories out that we got out. And the same way they despise the fact that these brave young journalists are standing up and getting the word out. And it boils down to the same thing: kill the messenger at source. The only way they can stop the stories getting out that they don't want to get out, and there are a lot of stories they don't want to get out, is to kill the messenger. And when we see a state such as Israel fall back on the tactics of a very essentially a rogue nation such as the Assad regime, that's an appalling state of affairs.
And of course, they are accusing of Anas al-Sharif of having been a Hamas operative. Do you think this sets a worrying precedent that other countries could use in the future and say that, ex-journalist covering Y conflict isn't actually a journalist, they're a member of some foreign intelligence organization or some foreign terrorist organization, is therefore a legitimate target? I mean, has that Pandora's box now been opened, do you think?
I think it has been opened, and there's that aspect to it, and the great danger is if Israel is seen to get away with this, then it's almost countries can do that and then turn around and use and point to Israel and say, well, Israel did it and there was no international outrage, there was no call for justice and accountability. So you got two things. Yes, other people may well and probably will use this. They were part of an insurgency, a terrorist group, and use it. But then also, if Israel is not held accountable, then they can point to Israel and say, well, they did it and got away with it. So it sets a precedent.
Sure.
Unless they're held accountable, if they get away with this and they're not held accountable, then for years to come, journalists' lives will be in danger when you get regimes pulling the same stunt and then pointing to the fact that it was okay when Israel did it, they got away with it. That is going down a very, very dark path indeed.
And just lastly, Paul, and briefly, if you will, I mean, you've covered lots of conflicts around the world. You've been very much on the front line and very much in harm's way on occasion doing your job as a reporter and a photojournalist. How do you think history is going to judge Israel for its actions in Gaza?
I mean, I think a lot of Israelis do understand the damage this is doing to Israel's standing in the world. But I think in general the world will be damning, and this will put back the Israeli cause when the dust settles and people look at the sheer outrages that have been committed in Gaza. The world will judge Israel very harshly, and I think it's essentially one man, Netanyahu, in his quest for political survival, has taken a whole country to the edge of a pariah state, and I think the Israelis will live to regret the day that this was allowed to happen.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us, photojournalist Paul Conroy. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thanks a lot. Cheers, man.
For more, I'm joined now from Tel Aviv by Brigadier General Meir Elran, who's a former IDF Deputy Director of Military Intelligence. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Lots to talk about, but I wanted to start by asking you about the 6 journalists who were killed in the Israeli airstrike overnight. The UN Human Rights Agency calling this a grave breach of international humanitarian law. What do you say to that?
Well, I think it's a very unfortunate incident, of course. I'm not familiar with all the details, what happened there, but you have to remember, and the audience have to understand, that this is the war zone, very active, and things are happening, unfortunately. And I'm sure that they were not killed intentionally. But again, I only can say that I'm sorry for that.
Yeah, I mean, Israel says he was, this individual, Anas al-Sharif, who was 28 years old, was targeted intentionally. They say he was a terrorist affiliated with Hamas. I'm just wondering whether you'd seen or heard anything that sounded to you like conclusive evidence that was indeed the case.
Unfortunately, I don't have any conclusive evidence for the case, for this particular case. I'm quite confident that if there was any tension behind that, it was because he was incriminated as being a terrorist. If that's the case, of course, it changes the situation totally. So we have to wait a little bit and find out or hear more about what happened there. Again, I think that if they are talking about innocent people in general, and particularly media people, correspondents and foreign correspondents, or even local correspondents, then it's very unfortunate and unwarranted. It's
extremely unfortunate. I mean, it's horrific when you consider what organizations like the UN and Reporters Without Borders are saying. Around 200 of my colleagues, journalists, have been killed in the war so far. And of course, international journalists can't go into Gaza and report freely there unless they go on a tightly controlled military trip. I mean, it seems to the outside world that Israel doesn't want this war to be covered. Why do you think that is?
Well, I'm not sure that it's true that Israel doesn't want it to be covered. It is covered occasionally, of course. What the IDF is saying about that is that it's, as I said before, an active and quite dangerous war zone where there are military activities and terrorist activities, and I think it's dangerous to be there. And I understand the need and the wish of correspondents from all over the world to come to Gaza, but we don't want to have them, harmed in any way. So the best way that Israel thinks that it is appropriate is to limit the entrance of foreign correspondents to the Gaza Strip. Of course, we unfortunately we pay the price for that because people who are not able to get in necessarily would have a biased idea against what Israel is doing and what are the consequences of what Israel is doing. And there is a dilemma here. There is no doubt about that. I agree with you. if this is what you suggest, and I hope that the circumstances will be sometime in the future that people will be able to get there at least gradually or in some limited numbers, and providing that their lives will not be jeopardized.
Yeah, I mean, in any war situation, it's usually up to the journalists and the organization they work for as to whether or not they will be deployed. So in this case, it's not really up to Israel, it's up to journalists if they want to cover the war. And some of them have gone, and as we've been saying, 200 have been killed. We've just spoken to a photojournalist who's covered lots of wars around the world. Clearly, he can't go there. He seemed to think perhaps the reason for not allowing journalists in was because Israel has something to hide. What do you say to that?
Well, again, I understand the need and the wish of correspondents to get into Gaza. And what happens is that mostly when the area is being covered by journalists, it's mostly, I think, to a large extent, by local correspondents who are being associated with the different channels. And unfortunately, sometimes they take a risk that is dangerous for us, for them. And again, all I can say is that this is a problem, this is a dilemma. I think that in a ideal situation, which is not the case right now in Gaza, of course, we should enable people to get in and to cover the scene and to see what's happening and to make their own judgment. I do not have any problem with that. But unfortunately, this is a dangerous situation. This is a dangerous place. And this is the policy of the IDF spokesman as of now. And we have to accept it as it is.
Yeah, and we're talking at the moment of an average of 8 or 9 journalists being killed every single month there in these last 22 months of violence in Gaza, which I think makes it the deadliest conflict on record for journalists. I mean, as an Israeli, how does that make you feel?
Well, first of all, I can't argue about the numbers, about the statistics. I'm not familiar with that. And I take it that what you say is the correct numbers. That's one thing. Unfortunately, I think that we have to understand, and again, I'm talking about our audience that has to understand that this particular war that lasts already for almost 2 years is a very different kind of a war that, military establishments, military organizations have been confronting. And this is why, by the way, it's such a difficult kind of a challenge for Israel. And the problem is how to, on one hand, accomplish the goals of the war that the government of Israel has been setting for the military, which is, of course, a directive. And on the other hand, to minimize the cost to civilians in general, to local Gazans in particular, and of course also to the journalists. I mean, we have to understand that this is a very, very difficult, challenging kind of a conflict, totally different. And if we want to accomplish anything in Gaza, and you know how difficult it is, the fact of the matter is it takes us a long period of time. The reason for that, it takes us such a long time, is the challenges of the terrain, the challenges of guerrilla warfare that has not been seen in any other conflict in previous occasions. So I don't think that there is a good basis for comparison here. And again, I think that this whole story of casualties is a very, very serious one. There is no doubt about it. But we have to understand that, unfortunately, when Hamas started the war, as Hamas continues with the war, and as Hamas is not willing to come to any kind of a compromise over the kidnapped hostages, and is refusing to conduct any kind of a dialogue to end the war, then they have a major responsibility for what's happening in Gaza, especially since they started this war in a brutal manner on October 7th, almost 2 years ago. And again, all that I can say is that it is unfortunate. And I wish, and this is, I think, the only really good solution for the end of the agony there and the horrific things that are happening there, is to stop the war, to stop it now, and start negotiations. First of all, concerning the fate of the kidnapped hostages, and then, of course, to expand the negotiations with the mediators and with the other possible partners to solve the problem of Gaza, which is a very important thing for us and also for the Palestinians in Gaza.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about ending the war, but Prime Minister Netanyahu is talking about expanding the war in Gaza. That's his latest announcement. I mean, what's your understanding of what he's got in mind for the next phase of the conflict?
Well, I don't know what he has in mind, but I can tell you that my interpretation of what he is saying right now is to change the deadlock situation that is presently taking place in Gaza. This is very unfortunate for us. As I said before, I think we need to end the war. And Hamas is not enabling us to conduct the dialogue and the negotiations through the mediators as we wish. And I think that the best way to read what Netanyahu is saying right now is watch it. If you do not succumb to our demands, if you do not come back to the negotiation table, and if you resist any kind of a compromise on the different issues, then we will do this and this and that. And you have to remember that I think that Netanyahu was quite cautious about what he's going to say. He didn't say that it's going to happen now. It said that it's going to happen with the time. And I think that it's quite clear that Israel is willing to go back to the table of negotiations and to bring about some kind of a arrangement over Gaza on the different issues that are still, to a large extent, unfortunately, still outstanding.
Yeah, I mean, Israel's allies are increasingly alarmed, not least by this latest expansion plan that's been announced by Prime Minister Netanyahu. Australia, the latest country in a long list, saying it's going to recognize a Palestinian state. Germany suspending weapons shipments. The Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund taking action as well. I mean, are you concerned that lasting damage has been done to some decades-old relationships with what were, let's face it, key allies of Israel?
Well, first of all, I don't like it. Of course, I think that this is not really the right policy for the Western countries to take as far as Israel is concerned. I think that the idea of recognizing the Palestinian state is not something that really upsets me too much. I think that this would be sometime the one of the parts or the components of the solution over the Middle East. The most important thing, as far as I'm concerned, is how it is being done. And I think that the best thing to bring about a two-state solution to the Middle East is by negotiation between Israel and the Palestinian representations. Of course, not Hamas, which is out of the picture and will be out of the picture indefinitely, but there are other true representatives of the Palestinian people. And I think that if we can bring about the end to the war in Gaza, which is, as I said before, the most important thing right now, then, of course, we can also discuss eventually or sometime in the future, we can also discuss different kinds of arrangements between Israel and the Palestinian people. I think that it will happen sometime, but it needs to be based on a dialogue between the two sides. It needs to be based on an agreement that there is no imposition here, and this is a problem for the Palestinians and for the Israelis to settle between themselves. And if that happens, it will be durable, it will be sustainable, and hopefully it will also be stable in the future. And I still hope and think that there is a possibility that it will actually happen. Right now, of course, Hamas is a major spoiler in this respect, and I'm not sure. I'm I think that the different declarations of the Western leaders are more hindering this kind of an eventuality than helping it. But of course, we'll have to wait and see what happens. Same thing about Germany. I think that Germany still is, to a large extent, one of our best allies and supporters. And I'm not very concerned as of now about the practicalities of the German statement about an embargo. I think that they're talking about very limited embargo, and they are trying to make a point. I think that this is something that has to be understood in this manner.
Shouldn't Israel listen to its allies?
Pardon?
Shouldn't Israel listen to its allies?
I think that Israel is listening to it very, very carefully. I don't think that is something that we can and should ignore. And we are conducting through our emissaries a very, very close and honest dialogue about the different issues, including the Gaza situation. And I think that this is the way to conduct a dialogue with friends and with allies. And I still think that Israel is being a very, very strong and important part of the Western world, and that we are still, to a large extent, aligned with the Western world, with its policies on different issues. And I think that we will find a way to go forward also on the issues of the Gaza Strip.
Okay, well, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for your time today, Brigadier General Meir Elran. Thank you for your time. Well, let's get more now on the humanitarian situation in Gaza, as well as the other main developments there. We can speak to Shayna Lowe, who is a spokesperson for the Norwegian Refugee Council, who joins us from the Jordanian capital, Amman. Thank you so much for joining us, Shayna. Always a pleasure talking to you. I just want to start by talking to you about the killing, I should say, of Anas al-Sharif and the other 5 journalists who were killed with him. What's your reaction to that news?
Well, we've seen far too many journalists, humanitarians, frontline workers be killed. And in this case, we know that the Israelis made it quite clear that it was a targeted killing. Journalists, like all other civilians, must be protected. They should not be targeted. And we've seen just the tremendous work that journalists have been doing as a whole in Gaza to get out the story when no international journalists have been permitted in unless part of embeds with the Israeli military. And so this is yet another group of individuals who are focused on getting the story out from Gaza, who we no longer will have the opportunity to hear from.
Yeah, I mean, there's very few journalists still operating in Gaza, and, it's being reported that close to 200 journalists have been killed since October the 7th, 2023. According to Al Jazeera, they said he was, quote, one of the last remaining voices in Gaza, conveying the tragic reality to the world. I mean, who's going to convey that reality now?
I think we're continuing to see not only the work of incredible journalists, but also the work of ordinary citizens. They are live streaming their daily life. My own social media feeds are filled with images of people telling their story, amplifying the story of what's happening to people in Gaza. But it's clear that there are efforts being made to silence those who are speaking out about what they are seeing, whether that is by physical targeting or intimidation. And so this is a growing concern, of course, that we've seen over the last 22 months, where there's been shrinking space for anyone trying to amplify what indeed is happening on the ground in Gaza.
Yeah, we've heard from the UN Special Rapporteur Irene Khan, who says that the claims made against him that he was some kind of a Hamas operative are unsubstantiated. I mean, it's not the first time, is it, that it's basically Israel's version of events versus pretty much the rest of the world?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen multiple times allegations against individuals, whether they're journalists, whether they're humanitarians, that whether it's about the diversion of aid, that have proven to be unfounded. But what we're facing now is not only the physical targeting of people and infrastructure in Gaza, but also a battle of narrative, a battle of what's going on. And so we're seeing that there's constant efforts to delegitimize stories coming out of Gaza, to discredit the voices of people who are bearing witness to the atrocities that are taking place there. And it just, I think, reinforces the importance of having not only journalists be protected, but aid workers who are sharing their experiences, the ability for foreign journalists to finally be granted unfettered access to Gaza to be able to report on what's going on inside. There is an effort to silence what is happening there, and journalists and others need to make sure that the story is continuing to get out.
Yeah, and we certainly are keeping a very close eye on developments, and we have done ever since we first went on air. I mean, I know you're a humanitarian, so let's talk about the humanitarian situation on the ground now. I mean, just give us an update, because it's been a while since we last spoke to you. What is your understanding of what the reality on the ground is like there in Gaza for ordinary people right now?
It feels like every time I speak to you or I speak to a journalist, I'm saying the situation is the worst that it's ever been. And it just continues to reach points that we didn't know were possible. And so we continue to have reports coming out of Gaza every day of individuals dying from malnutrition. We've had over 200 people be pronounced dead, including over 100 children who have died of malnutrition in the last 22 months. And most of those have happened in the last 6 weeks. And this is due to intentional policies that are of starvation, of deprivation, where Israel has continued to restrict the amount of aid entering, the type of aid entering, who can bring in that aid, who can deliver that aid, whether or not we as humanitarians have access to reach that aid once it enters Gaza and safely deliver it to populations throughout. So we continue to hear and see that our colleagues on the ground and ordinary people are starving. They are searching for food. Food is the #1 priority. It's all they can think about. It controls their days, thinking about, where am I going to get my next meal? What am I going to feed my family? We've also seen in the last few days, as some commercial trucks have entered, a slight improvement where some foods that were not available on the market for 5 months since Israel imposed the near total siege on Gaza on March 2nd, things that hadn't been seen since then in over 5 months, were now starting to reemerge on the markets, things like cheese, sugar, tea. But just because there's slightly more available on the market does not mean that the starvation crisis is being adequately addressed. People are still going days without eating. People still aren't getting enough calories. They aren't getting enough variety in their diet. They aren't getting the nutrition that they need because they continue to be mostly reliant on bread, rice, lentils, and other legumes. And so we continue to, and then on top of all of this, as the starvation crisis continues to mount, every day we continue to hear reports of Palestinians seeking aid or food from GHF distribution sites, or trying to go and reach UN convoys that may be entering Gaza and being killed by Israeli forces while seeking out food. It's completely unacceptable. It's shocking to think about that people who are doing nothing more than trying to feed their families and survive are risking their lives trying to get food. No one should be forced to make that calculation of whether it's better or safer to stay at home and risk dying of starvation or go and risk getting shot for a pack of lentils.
Right, and one of the things we've heard on countless occasions when interviewing Israeli officials is that one of the reasons for restricting the entry of food aid into Gaza is they don't want it falling into the hands of Hamas. But supposing Hamas did steal some food aid, I mean, I really not ever managed to understand this argument put forward by Israel. Why would that be such an issue anyway, if Hamas steals a bit of food aid? That's no justification. I mean, how do you justify? I'm just wondering what your thoughts are when you hear Israeli officials saying that. I mean, how do you think they're justifying not allowing food in on the grounds that Hamas might take some?
Well, I think that it's, in some ways, it's an irrelevant point because there have been multiple reports. The U.S. government, the USAID, had a report that was reported on several weeks ago saying that there was no widespread aid diversion. The New York Times reported that senior Israeli military officials said that there was no widespread aid diversion by Hamas. Most of the aid that has been stolen by armed groups are criminal gangs, not parties to the conflict, but rather criminal gangs that are known to be collaborating with Israel, cooperating with Israel, operating in areas where Israel has complete military control. But still, regardless, nothing justifies starving an entire population to punish an actor in a conflict. I mean, it's not that in international humanitarian law, there has to be not only military necessity, but also proportionality. And there is nothing proportionate about starving 2.1 million people to force your enemy to surrender. These are innocent civilians that have a right to receive aid. And Israel, as the occupying power, has obligations to provide for the population in Gaza, to provide for their basic necessities. And that means either providing the food directly or facilitating the entry of humanitarian aid that can be delivered impartially. And what we've seen over the last 22 months is obstacle after obstacle, restriction after restriction, preventing us from being able to bring in aid efficiently and access areas throughout Gaza to feed people.
Right, you could almost argue as well that if you actually allowed that aid in the sort of quantities that it's been donated in, and it's not Israel's aid to give in the first place, much of it came from other countries, you would undermine that tool that Hamas could potentially use of weaponizing food and selling it back to people because they wouldn't need to buy it back. There'd be plenty of it. So, as we've been saying, it doesn't make any sense, does it, as an argument for restricting the entry of aid into Gaza. But let's just move on, because I want to ask you a bit about, how after these 22 months of warfare in Gaza and the terrible violence that we've seen there, Prime Minister Netanyahu is planning to expand this conflict and launch a new offensive to dismantle Hamas. I mean, what would that mean from a humanitarian point of view?
Nothing good will come of this planned operation to expand military operations in Gaza City, perhaps in the refugee camps in the center of the Gaza Strip. Right now, about 50% of Gaza's population, an estimated 1 million or so Palestinians, are seeking shelter or residing in Gaza City. To force those people to move is unconscionable. These are people who are starving, literally. When I spoke to my colleague Selma last week in Gaza City and asked her how people were reacting, and this was before the proposal had been voted on by the Israeli cabinet. It was on Thursday. And that's when she told me that, some food that hadn't been available on the markets arrived. And that's all people in Gaza are focused on right now in Gaza City. They are celebrating the holiday of cheese and sugar. That's what she said. And I think it's really demonstrative of the level of deprivation that we've seen in Gaza, where People are so hungry, so deprived of food that they are not thinking about the displacement or the attacks that will happen next week or even the next day. They are focused on thinking about where they are going to get their next meal. We know that a large-scale military operation, any military operation for that matter, is going to lead to increased killings, not just people who die in hostilities, but people who are weakened by malnutrition, unable to travel, unable to move. The amount of disease that is spreading in Gaza due to the lack of hygiene and hygiene materials and sanitation will lead to increased suffering and death. We know that there's no space left in Gaza for people. Already, we have people crowded into 3 tiny enclaves, making up less than 15% of Gaza. And so the idea, where are these people expected to go? Any evacuation would require them not only to have safe passage, not only to have guarantees that they'd be able to return home once hostilities have ended, but the very basics that the things necessary to sustain human life will be provided for them. And over the last 22 months, as we've seen displacement order after displacement order, Palestinians have not been granted anything that would allow for a lawful evacuation. These are forcible transfers, and which is a violation of international law. And what we anticipate is if this moves forward, we could see up to 1 million people forcibly transferred, many of them not for the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, even 10th time. And then, of course, there's the concern that if there is no space in Gaza, that these Palestinians could be pushed out and effectively deported out of Gaza, which would also be a grave violation of international law.
Is that something you think is likely? I mean, just to sort of wrap up this conversation, I mean, what do you think Israel's plans for Gaza actually are? Does Israel have a plan?
That's a question for an analyst who works who studies Israeli politics. But it certainly seems like the possibility of Palestinians being forced out of Gaza, that's something we've been seeing members of the Israeli government talk about since October of 2023, within days of October 7th. We've seen members of the Israeli cabinet who have extreme influence over Prime Minister Netanyahu speak openly about this not being a temporary occupation or temporary military presence, since Israel already has been occupying Gaza for nearly 60 years, but who talk openly about wanting to resettle Gaza, to bring Israeli civilians in and create new settlements or rebuild the settlements that were removed in 2005. Again, grave violation of international humanitarian law. So I think that anything is possible, but what we desperately need at this point is the international community to push and apply as much pressure, however they can, to bring the parties to come to a permanent ceasefire agreement, one that is sustained, that protects civilian lives, that ensures that hostages are returned back to Israel, and for the opening of all of the crossings into Gaza and a massive scaling up of aid so that we as humanitarians can do our jobs without restrictions and go and save lives.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us and really appreciate your efforts on the ground as well. Shayna Lowe, spokesperson for the Norwegian Refugee Council. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Well, joining us now, we can cross to Birmingham in the United Kingdom and speak to the Palestinian academic and Professor Kamal Hawash. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Professor. I just want to start by talking to you about the death of Anas al-Sharif, the other Al Jazeera journalists and the other freelance journalists who were all killed there in Gaza in overnight attacks. I mean, what's your reaction? What went through your mind when you heard that news?
First of all, I was watching Al Jazeera actually when this happened, so I saw the breaking news as it happened, and the initial images were not sort of blocked over. So unfortunately, we could see all the gory details, and it was horrendous. Every day, I think Israel can't sink any lower, but it does. In this particular case, murdering these journalists in a tent, they knew exactly where it was. They had gone about warning Anas that he was a target for them, and they did it. They killed him. Another voice that sends out the truth. What we see is where he is and what people are saying, not sort of propaganda as we get from the Israeli side. So it was, first of all, a shock, though we stop being shocked by what Israel does. It can do anything. A really heavy heart feeling for his family, who have lost him as their breadwinner, as their father, as a husband, and so on. And of course, to Muhammad, the other journalist, and the cameraman. What Israel does on a day-to-day basis proves the point I've been making, that it is the most criminal state in the 21st century.
Professor, before we crossed to you, we were speaking to a photojournalist who was with Mary Colvin when she was killed in Homs in Syria back in 2012. And he said, he was the one who drew this parallel between this attempt by the Israeli government to muffle the international media and block access by the the international media. He compared that technique to the techniques to silence the press that were used by the ousted Syrian president Bashar al-Assad. What do you make of that comparison?
Look, Israel's crimes don't need to be compared with anyone else's crimes. They are absolutely horrific in their own ways, in their own terms. I mean, the outright starvation of the people of Gaza, but then claiming that Israel is not starving Gaza, as Netanyahu did only yesterday, hours before he ordered or was aware of the assassination process of Anas al-Sharif, shows you that, look, Germany, in my view, was the most criminal state of the 20th century. Israel is the most criminal state of this century, and it is pushing itself into total isolation. It is around the world, people hate what it does. They don't hate the Israeli people per se, but we must realize and remember that the IDF comes from the Israeli people. The Air Force comes from the Israeli people. The person operating that drone that killed these people comes from the Israeli people. So it's becoming more and more difficult to disassociate them from this absolutely far-right extremist government. So I'll just say, you don't need to compare what it does with anyone else. It should be up before the courts around the world, not just when its people go to countries, not just the International Criminal Court. And there's absolutely no excuse for countries not arresting Benjamin Netanyahu when he tries to come to them. And, you know, this shows you how the United States, by allowing him to come and visit a couple of times since the arrest warrant was issued, is just simply wrong. You either have international law and you apply it uniformly, or we have the law of the jungle, which is Israel's law.
Yeah, I mean, this is clearly a major issue and a major dilemma for a lot of Israel's traditional allies. I mean, up until this point, the United States has been pretty resolute in its support of Israel, but we're starting to see cracks emerging when it comes to other traditional allies. Just recently, the British Prime Minister, you're in the UK, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer saying he's gravely concerned, in particular about, he said, the repeated targeting of journalists in Gaza. I mean, how divisive an issue has this become in the UK? Because we're seeing a lot of pictures from outside the UK of large-scale protests and considerable tension.
Yes, I was at the 29th protest on Saturday in London, where it is estimated that 300,000 people came out. I repeat, 29th protest for one particular cause. People see what's happening, and it is thanks to people like Anas and Muhammad that feed us with the pictures to see what's happening in real life. And there's so first of all, the government, including Starmer is a pro-Israeli prime minister. Let's be clear. and even Lamy, he might talk the talk, but he doesn't walk the walk. Why doesn't he summon the Israeli ambassador and tell her that unless Israel stops what it's doing, no words of condemnation will come after that. She will be expelled and ties with Israel would be cut. Surely, if you are looking at a situation where major war crimes are being committed, a genocide is being acted out, you cannot have relations with a country which does that. You should be sanctioning them. And in addition to that, Israel should have no weapons coming from the UK. This business of the F-35 parts that we still supply here from the UK, that it goes to a pool. Well, stop supplying it to the pool. Let everyone suffer until Israel stops dropping bombs onto the Palestinians. So I think the UK has not done enough. It should not call Israel an ally while it continues to practice what it does, which is crimes that are absolutely horrendous. And they should listen a lot more to the doctors that come back. Even now, as we speak, there are doctors there who are feeding us the first-hand account of the crimes that Israel is committing. They do not mince their words. They aren't able to operate on the people who come to them, the numbers, the medical need, the medical equipment, and even people needing dialysis are being starved of that particular treatment, and they will die. So Israel is carrying out a genocide. And I always say to the people who say, oh, no, it isn't a genocide. When they murder a whole family and it is erased from the register, that family has been genocided. When they repeat it on other family, that is genocide of the people.
Yeah, I mean, we've spoken to some of the doctors that you mentioned there, and sure enough, their testimony is horrific, and they're very credible witnesses. I mean, very hard to dispute what doctors say because we tend to trust our doctors. But I want to ask you about the longer-term consequences of Western leaders giving this sort of tacit support, as you seem to be describing it, of Israel. I mean, could there be broader consequences for their actions from a legal standpoint? Could they be accused later on down the line of complicity in those crimes?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but I hear that lawyers believe that there is complicity, that particularly in the UK, the lack of action could land, particularly David Lammy and Keir Starmer facing accusations of complicity, of war crimes, and so on. They will come at some point. It's difficult to know when, but I think that, plus the pressure from the people, plus the pressure for the MPs, is what brought about the sort of mealy-mouthed issue about recognizing Palestine if Israel doesn't adhere to certain conditions. So there's been a shift. Why didn't Keir Starmer come out and say, when he did, I recognize the UK recognizing Palestine, and it will work to ensure that there's an end to the occupation and that state is established? Instead, he linked it with conditions that Israel is not going to stop its attack on the Palestinians, and therefore, or its expansion of settlements in the West Bank, which means that in September, is Keir Starmer going to come back to the British people and say, well, I set some conditions, they weren't met, so I can't recognize Palestine? These two issues should be detached from each other. And he should not be using the recognition of Palestine as a state as punishment for Israel. There should be a complete detachment between recognition and the issue of sanctions on Israel until it stops the killings that it continues to perform on a daily and hourly and minute-by-minute basis.
And yet, Professor, I mean, despite the international pressure, the protests that you mentioned, the horrific testimony, I mean, Israel seems to be intent on taking the conflict in Gaza to the next level. And we're hearing plans to expand the military operation in Gaza. They come from Prime Minister Netanyahu. And what's your understanding of what he's got in mind there?
The ultimate aim is to drive the Palestinians out of Gaza and then to move on to the West Bank And I have no doubt even the Palestinian citizens of Israel will become under attack, because what Zionism wants is a pure Jewish entity, not in an empty land somewhere, but in the homeland of the Palestinian people in Palestine. But as you know, they've expanded their occupation into Lebanon, expanded it into Syria. They seem intent on realizing the dream of Zionism, the sick dream of greater Israel, not really caring about who lives in these countries or on that land. So I think that's his ultimate aim. How does he achieve that? The Palestinian people haven't left Gaza yet, so he thinks, what's the next level of, if you like, oppressing them that will cause them to leave, as he would then call, either voluntarily or in line with the Trump vision, as they started to call it. The most outrageous thing to come out of the mouth of an American president, I remember hearing that he thinks this is just a piece of real estate. And yeah, it's been damaged. People can't live in areas that have been destroyed. Well, who destroyed them? Instead of telling the Palestinians that they should leave to third countries, he should be telling Israel to stop the killing and to move out of Gaza.
Yeah, and just lastly, I mean, thinking about what happens after the conflict ends and what happens in the months ahead, I mean, I know the Trump administration wants to expand the Abraham Accords, but I mean, it's very hard to imagine, in the context of what's been happening in Gaza these last 22 months, how any Arab nations are going to be able to even think about normalizing ties with Israel. I mean, at least not for a very long time. What are your thoughts?
Well, my thoughts always go to the United Arab Emirates first, which did normalize on the basis that Israel would not annex the West Bank. I'm sure you remember, and the viewers will remember, that that was the reason they claimed, the Emirates, that's why they would normalize, because they had an undertaking from Israel that it would not annex the West Bank. That's happening in full view. The settlers are attacking and killing Palestinians in villages, emptying them out. Smotrich has talked about moving forward with annexation. The Knesset has voted to ask the government to do it. So first of all, even the countries that have relations with Israel should be throwing the ambassadors out. After all, the Palestinian people in Gaza are their brothers and sisters. The Israelis are not. They are the occupiers, even before the 7th of October. So they should be throwing the Israeli ambassadors out, cutting relations, and that's the sort of pressure that is needed for Israel not to go into Gaza. But for as long as it can do what it does, then it will continue. And therefore, if I say that existing Abraham, of course, should be cancelled, I would not support any further normalization with Israel from anyone, whether it's Saudi Arabia or Syria or Lebanon particularly, because I know a lot of the talk is about them.
Okay, well, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for your time. A pleasure talking to you, Palestinian academic, Professor Kamal Hawash. Thank you again.
Thank you so much.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
and an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
So sorry, Tom. I'm late. I'm nearly there.
It is quite rare to have a career as eclectic as yours, where you've explored so many roles that are complete stretches one from the other. Was it the intention from the beginning, or you feel fortunate that this is the kind of things that you kind of attracted with your talent?
It was very much a decision to sort of try and play as much different personalities as possible, and to really learn as much as I can, and to also sort of stretch my sort of parameters as much as I could or can. I don't want to sort of find myself in a comfort zone, you know, doing the same thing. So, you know, there is a level where people sort of, one's personality and talent is restricted by certain things, but I wanted to see how far I could push it.
His name is Callum Lynch. We've traced his bloodline back 500 years to the Assassin's Creed.
Are things more enjoyable for certain types of films, more enjoyable for you to make, or you reboot yourself and it's a fresh adventure every time?
Each thing's got its own challenge. You know, obviously, you know, when we shot Macbeth, as an example, with the, you know, same team, we shot it in 6 weeks. You move very fast. There's not as much money or resources at your disposal, but there's a freedom in that too. There can be great freedom in limitations, because, you know, you don't have a lot of choices, so you have to make the most of what you got. And, you know, as a fan, I love to go see films like this, where I can actually just enjoy a ride, or see something that's perhaps a little more poignant. So as a player, I enjoy entering both of those worlds as well.
You're fortunate enough that you can enter any word you like.
Oh, thank God. Lucky.
Romantic comedy next time.
Okay, yes, for sure. It's time for some comedy.
Yes, it's time for some lightness in your role. It's just, you know, a bit of a breathing break.
Yes, ma'am.
All of these have kind of their own challenge as well. Not all actors enjoy making comedies. They're challenging too.
What do you want from me?
Your past. You're about to enter the Animus. What you see, hear, and feel are the memories of your ancestor, who's been dead for 500 years.
Wait a minute! Are we talking about the same fan base in the type of Assassin's Creed video gamers than we do for the, you know, X-Men aficionados that are kind of quite intrusive?
I don't find them intrusive. I find them passionate, and I find them vocal, and I enjoy that. It's like I consider myself the same. Whether they sort of cross over from one community to the other, I'm not sure. It's a good question. So far, I've only really had interaction with the comic book community, and I love them, and I've sort of, you know, really experienced that in its full power at something like Comic-Con. So I welcome that community, because they care.
We're coming up back to award season. What do you remember most about being on the award cycle again last year, and what do you enjoy most about that crazy time?
I guess being in and around and meeting my idols. It's, you know, so you get to meet your heroes, and that's a very exciting experience for sure, and to share it with family.
So you do travel with family in award season?
Yes.
They're the ones who probably have to wear heels, and you don't have to worry about what you're going to wear. Probably.
I haven't worn heels yet on the carpet. Maybe I will in the future.
That's another suggestion in the romantic comedy role that I predict for you.
Yeah.
I love Cannes, and I'm surprised I love Cannes because usually I don't like the hoopla, I don't like the cameras and the constant makeup. I'm not a lover of it, except when I'm in Cannes. There's something about it that it's everything that I thought Hollywood would be when I arrived. The glamour part, the fun, and it helps that we're by the ocean. I feel like I have a front row seat on the sort of jump-off point for these wonderful filmmakers who absolutely are auteurs. And I love to be a part of someone's story in the best way. Maybe because I tell my story all the time, and my story is a story of impossible odds and obstacles and trauma. And there are characters in my story that really are the ones that really is the reason why I'm here today. I want to be that in someone else's story. And I feel like I have the front row seat to it. Witness their work, celebrate their work, award their work. And I think it's something that they will remember. I tell actors all the time, if you don't do anything, then you don't exist. Not in the room. They'll say, who was that? So the visibility, the shining light on women who are otherwise invisible, who are standing on the periphery, and for you to shine a light on their work and their story is like them being birthed, them being born. And then once someone is seen and once you witness excellence, you can't unsee it. Many women, I think everybody has their own stories, but I still think there's a lot of obstacles out there, especially for women of color. I mean, Stacy Smith from the USC Annenberg study has the numbers, and they are absolutely, that's the data. We just have to do better. They say the whole journey of a hero is you answer the call to adventure, right? And really, the journey is finding your true self. I think a lot of times people don't either answer the journey or they answer the journey and they get the elixir and they keep it for themselves. The key to life is you gotta piggyback because there's no U-Haul in back of a hearse. The only thing you can leave, the only thing that makes your life meaningful is what you leave for others. Stories that are honest and bold. I literally, over the pretty, sexy, hot women who come into a narrative and they're strong and they're powerful, they're all of those things. I mean, listen, I can enjoy those stories in my darkened room at my house. I'm not saying that. But what I really am attracted to now is the boldness of truth-telling. And I think that we have to take back those stories as women. There's too often those images have been bogarted by male desirability. I don't recognize any woman sometimes on screen. I'm like, I don't know who that is. It's like the women who never age, the women who never get above a size 2 or 00, the women who are always smiling all the time. I don't know that woman. But bold storytelling. honest storytelling.
Mrs. Forrester, we have a problem. We're hunting an autonomous android named Amelia. She was built using your design for Megan.
How is this possible? You deleted it.
Apparently you didn't. Nothing in our arsenal can stop her. She's gone rogue, killing anyone who's contributed to her creation.
I think I did it again.
And you and Katie are next.
Congratulations, first of all, on the phenomenon that the first Megan had. What were you careful not to do again, because you want this to be a standalone sequel and not just the same over again?
Obviously, we were conscious of the things that people really enjoyed about the first movie, so we wanted to make sure that there was a tone that was similar, a sort of a sense of humor and aesthetic. All the characteristics that made Megan such a beloved character for so many people, we wanted to make sure that we held on to those things. But beyond that, really, this is an exercise about being as subversive and as surprising as you can be, so that audiences feel like they're getting something familiar, but at the same time in a really unexpected and fresh way.
I know how to stop Amelia. She's getting more powerful. Soon she'll be the most dangerous weapon on the planet. Put me in a body and I'll help you stop her.
You remember what happened last time. You threatened to rip out my tongue and put me in a wheelchair.
I was upset.
How much do you love this cast, basically? Obviously, you know, Alison coming back and, you know, everybody bringing their own touch to it.
You know, Alison is a very close collaborator, and she's a producer on the movie as well, so she's there right from the beginning in pre-production, so she's a really great kind of teammate. But it was also great to bring Brian and Jen and Violet back, like Violet McGraw, who plays Katie. She's just such a little movie star, and it was really awesome to put her a little bit more front and center in the story this time.
Look, she wants to help us. Everyone deserves a second chance.
Okay, Megan, time to give you an upgrade. Anything you'd like to add?
I want to be stronger, faster.
What are you expecting audiences will enjoy the most and be surprised with?
If they're up for a good time, my hope is that they'll have a good time. But I think they'll probably be unexpected by maybe some of the movie's themes. Like, you know, the movie really does have substance and it has something to say. But I'm also incredibly proud of the action. Like, there's a lot of really great action set pieces in this movie, which are very, very difficult to execute. But, you know, we pulled it off, and I feel it's something pretty special.
Well, look who came out to play.
I was programmed to protect Katie. The only question is, are you going to stand in my way?
I don't care if she did kill 4 people. She is a smoking hot warrior princess.
Every day there's something new in the subject of AI. How much does that, you know, influence the script or the process of making this film?
Yeah, you just have to try to stay ahead of it and make sure that you're not talking about something that is probably going to expire and become obsolete by the time you know, you make the movie. And I think in this case, we were just very lucky that it still remains very relevant.
I'll make you a deal. You can kill Gemma, but don't touch Katie.
Megan.
Working with Joachim, that was the most important thing. I've been waiting for him to call. And Sweden and Norway is very small in Scandinavia. You know the directors and everything. And he came up with this story. All of it was filled with, not only the characters were beautifully painted and they were all three-dimensional and everything, but it was also joyful, cinematically joyful things like the house, for instance, that lives its own life through.
Yeah.
It's real cinema.
Yeah.
You know?
He's such a nice person, and that above all is the most important thing. And he is so kind, but also, you know, knows what he wants. I mean, obviously he's, you know, been planning to film this movie for a long time and wrote it, for a long time and thinking about it and consumed him. But then he has a beautiful quality to kind of throw all of that out and let you discover and be spontaneous. So he's really a perfect director in my eyes. The set and the environment that he creates is so safe for you to be vulnerable and open up. And
those sets they're also non-hierarchical. It's not the director, the boss, and everybody, and the kicking down and everything. Yeah. But it's anybody can say anything to anybody.
I think I remember, like, the first day he said, he's like, the best idea wins. Like, it doesn't matter who it comes from.
No.
Why didn't you want to do the role? He wanted you to do it.
I can't work with him. We can't really talk. My father is a very difficult person.
Actually, there's a little complication to that character because he is more traditional kind of man, and he's more trapped in his masculinity, so he has harder to show his expressions. But then I have to show what's happening inside him anyway, so I have to make it very small. And that's the thing that it's fun to do. But because my relationship to my kids, they don't see me as a father, they see me as a pal. It's a very uncomplicated relationship.
Hvordan går det med filmerna? Hvordan det å jobbe med Rachel Kemp?
På tiden att vi sätter oss ner och pratar, du och jag. Inte det?
Well, I remember everything very vividly from this time. I loved being at Deauville with you during the film festival while it was going on for real. We were there on the beach at 3 a.m. doing night shoots, which was wild. I'll always remember that. The sunset, the carriages with the horses on the beach.
Ni två är ju det bästa som har hänt mig.
Bästa som har skett dig?
Mm.
Ska vi värta lite mer då? This isn't done until they're dead.
Buena suerte, señorita.
Ian, such a pleasure to talk to you. Hope you're well.
Hello, Raya. How are you?
I'm well.
Good.
Thank you so much. It's nice to see Winston every time. He's got this mysterious aura about him. How much have you always enjoyed the character?
It was a great script, but nobody thought it would grow into this sort of franchise. So each time it's, how much further will you go with Winston? The nice thing is you still don't know that much about him, which is good. As my dear friend Lance Reddick is, the two of them present this formidable team of hotel manager and concierge who run this, insane hotel for assassins.
Those people that you're looking for, you're surrounding this hotel right now.
Norman, it's a pleasure to talk to you again. Hope you're well.
I'm good. How are you?
Very well. Thank you so much. How did it feel to enter the John Wick universe? You're no stranger to universes yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I've always been a fan of the John Wick movies. I remember the first time I saw Keanu flip a magazine out of his pistol. I was like, oh, rewind that. That was such a cool move. The look of them, the feel of them, the action of them, they're just cool. Yeah, so I've always been a fan of the John Wick movies like everybody else.
Do you like to dance? I know a school where they teach dances. I could take you there if you'd like.
Do you feel that Winston embodies the backstory and kind of the forward story of the whole franchise? You feel like he's the one who knows it all?
I think he's the Wick Whisperer, we call him. He's the keeper. He's the keeper of secrets. Nobody, but again, it's like you don't want to. It's a relief, but that's. The film is called John Wick. It's not the world of Winston. It's like, so it's a little more information each time, but John knows that Winston sort of has his back up to a point, because there's no doubt if John did, I think Winston's a stone cold killer if he could be.
Welcome to the continent.
Eve Macaro of the Roscaroma. What a pleasure to see you again.
Let's talk about Anna and how dedicated she was to that film and working with her on it.
Yeah, she's very passionate. She's very professional. She's very determined. there's a ferocity to her that she naturally brings to all her roles, and then to put her in an action film with that. I had just seen Blonde in France, like a screening of Blonde. I was thinking, like, what a fearless actress. And she's out there, doing all her own stuff and just beating everybody up and let's go again, so you just try to keep up.
How outrageous are the sets in town? It always looks so beautiful on screen. The film set.
Oh, the set, no, that's part of it. I've been talking about it. Those sets are great. And the work that goes into them afterwards, the editing and the sound, the grading, so they look fantastic when they're on the big screen. They're not meant to be seen ad hoc. They will eventually in a home cinema, but on the big screen they look and sound unbelievable, which is what they should.
I'm looking for the tribe with this mark.
Needing to know is what got us banished from the Garden of Eden. Are you prepared to be cast out again, Eve?
My final question is about, the audience getting attached to those kinds of ensemble series or movies because the characters are so memorable. What is the secret? You mentioned Daryl Dixon, John Wick. These are characters people get attached to.
I think hero movies or hero television shows, stuff like that, it's okay to be the hero as long as you don't know you're the hero. Like once you start knowing you're the hero, I think everyone thinks it's corny. You feel corny. I think the audience will feel it as well.
I fully agree.
Rules and consequences.
My favorite quality about Mr. Fantastic is how dedicated he is to his family, how dedicated he is to his partner, Sue Storm, and how he has an intelligence, I think, that occupies, that is always exploring like the intricacies of the entire universe, but is ultimately grounded by the love that he has for his family.
I've known Pedro all of my adult life, and I know that he's one of the greatest actors, and I needed somebody with incredible range who could be both the smartest man in the universe, but also have a deep heart, and he balances both of those things so beautifully.
Thrilling. I think whenever you can step into a world that is kind of different to your own, it kind of separates your professional life from your home life. And you're able to see the fruits of so many people's efforts. A lot of people worked really hard on this film and to bring this world to life, so it was very inspiring.
My family over here, Mr. Pascal, Miss Kirby, Mr. Quinn, above and away.
The thing I love most about this film, I suppose, is its setting, its kind of period setting. I think the design of it's all very beautiful. I'm sure the music's going to match that. I haven't seen the whole movie yet myself.
I love the future retro world that Matt Shakman created. I think it's amazing. And also just the casting is incredible. So that's my favorite part.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
I wish reality were as easy as talking. He grows up but keeps that innocence. That's the instinct God created us with. Mahmoud's dream is to become a pianist.
Is speech the only way to express thoughts and feelings? Descartes, the father of modern philosophy, said, "I think, therefore I am." He didn't say, "I speak, therefore I am." There are many means of communication around us: drawing, music, singing, writing, sports. Even eyes have a language. Each one of us is different. We share many things and differ in many others. The same applies to autistic people who can be similar or different. Since medicine discovered autism 8 decades ago, half of people around us still see it as a mystery. And such people do not try to know anything about autism. Even scientists disagree over it. Some see it as a psychological or neurological disorder, while others consider it a genetic biological problem. Why don't we know a lot about autism? Today, we try to reach them. We are not looking for a cause, a doctor, or a cure. This will be a special mission in which we go to them to find out their thoughts and feelings. Do they live in the moment only? Or do they dream and wish? Do they understand adolescence? What is lying? Or politeness to them? Do they know they are different? We thought it would be enough to get answers even to some of those questions. It's impossible to reach everyone, but it led us to a few of them. A young man living in his 20s, and in his story, a message for every human.
I exactly experienced the entire 5 stages of Kubler-Ross. I experienced every single stage. Starting with denial, I experienced this stage in the sense that I cannot believe that my son has autism. There is nothing wrong with my son. It must be a stage that would pass. You know how mothers might fool themselves. They pretend that there is nothing wrong, then there's the stage of anger. The anger stage involves questions like, why isn't he interacting? Why should Mahmoud be autistic? Even though I never asked myself or God about why I had to go through this.
When I was young, my father used to sing for me in the car. I love you when you speak. I love you when you draw a smile. شو بحبك لما بتحكي ترسم عشفافك ضحكي شو بحبك لما بتبكي بتشكي وعم بتغلغل فيه حبيبي انت الأحلى عمري بقلبك عم بيحلى عطرك سحرك صوتك رسمك صار مني وفيك.
Sometimes I thought about committing suicide. I wished death for me and my son, but my death wouldn't change anything. In the end, my son would be left alone, and that's not what I want for him. When I felt that I was fed up, as they say, I could no longer bear this angry and depressed fate. That's when it started to search for psychological solutions. Thus, I studied psychodrama therapy, because I was convinced that I wouldn't heal. In 1 or 2 sessions, or even in 1 or 2 years, I was convinced I needed to know how to face my feelings and understand my psychological condition. throughout my life because I knew my current situation would continue all the time.
شو حلو حبيبي شو حلو هالقمر شوفوا ما أجمله بس أنا عبالي دللو وحياتي ما حدا بقى يزعلو. I don't like hurting anyone.
أوقات الدنيا بتوجعني وساعات بتعاند ويايا لا بخاف وحخاف ازاي يعني دايما مطمن طول ما انت معايا.
During World War II, a psychiatrist was influenced by the power of compassion and resilience in human spirit. In 1969, she introduced a model named after her, about the 5 stages of grief. Through this model, Kubler-Ross wanted to speak out loud about the feelings a person experiences when faced with a shock that shakes their inner peace. The transitional stages in the Kubler-Ross change curve begin with shock, which leads to denial. Then anger takes hold. Then we begin bargaining with ourselves in a one-sided dialogue. We want to escape the crisis without making any effort. Then comes depression and sorrow. Despair and all negative thoughts start to attack at the same time. Acceptance is the beginning of the solution.
And out of love for her son, she feels hatred. She thinks she hates her son, but in fact, that represents in psychology the stage of anger in Kubler-Ross model. She becomes angry with herself because she feels those emotions, which are unfortunately normal. If we had psychological awareness in education, she wouldn't be blaming herself. Once I reached the stage of acceptance, he started to show results that I had been waiting for years of effort. He started to show me those results. I reached a state of acceptance that it's over. I accepted him however he is, whatever progress he makes or doesn't make. That's it. This is my son, and I want to love him just the way he is. And that is the golden key.
I accepted Mahmoud as he is, like any mother who wanted him to lean on her. But what happened was the opposite. Fatin's dreams of Mahmoud graduating from university with a postgraduate degree did not come true. Mahmoud opened a door to his world for her, and he amazed her and made her forget the routine life and the struggle, competition, and racing against time in everything.
I used to be afraid that something might happen to me. And how would Mahmoud eat? He doesn't know how to say, I want to eat. He wouldn't say, I'm thirsty. I have to bring him water. But what worries me is his perseverance. Mahmoud has overcome it, thankfully. Thank God, you could say.
Do you consider that the great achievement was by Mahmoud or Fatin?
It was definitely by Mahmoud. We honor mothers in our society, and we see the efforts made. But, unfortunately, we don't understand the value of that effort because they struggle just like we do. They struggle with themselves. It's not something easy for them from the start. It's not easy for them because we are breaking their nature. In fact, I'll tell you more. We are distorting them. We are distorting their nature so that they become like us.
Due to the commonalities within the stories, we went to Niraj, a young boy who is talented in drawing and video games, a boy no older than 12, who speaks, reads, and writes. He has a small home, with a family, school, and friends.
At this time, I don't know nothing about autism, so I was just thinking why he don't talk. Why he don't talk? Because he was speaking, is eating good, sleeping good. I think when I call him, he don't come. I say, Niraj, he don't look at us, don't come. So one day when he was 3 years old, with nothing, no speak. He just making sounds like. At this time, I don't know nothing about autism. I know autism only. I know some children with development problem have autism. So when I come back home and I went to the internet, this is something wrong. You never have to go to the internet to check and solve your problem. Oh my God, what only bad things about autism, only. But there I see a picture of my son.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, I would say so. I would say that, I mean, being in denial is kind of running away, isn't it? It's an indirect way of saying you're running away if you are in denial. You know, maybe you're in denial because subconsciously you know it's true, but maybe you're in denial because maybe you don't know what to do, so you panic. And it's definitely Artemia is what woke me up. You know, kind of she would bring me back down to earth, saying, you know, this is not going to go away. He's not going to snap out of it. It's not something that there's no medicine that we can just give him and he's going to be okay. And then I would see what she's doing. And that's, you know, then that was like kind of the inspiration to, I want to be part of this journey and help where I can. That's basically how I transitioned from not doing anything into trying to do something. I see myself as a father to Niraj, not as an autistic child, but as a normal child, which gives me an over-sensing comfort. So it's not, I should do more with Niraj because he's autistic. It's more, I should just do more with him just because he's just another child. So I think now I'm not beating myself up because he's autistic, and I think that's a testament on how far he's come.
When he was 5, we take him to one psychologist, and she told me, "Oh, you have to understand because you will never talk. He gonna be adult with the mind of the child." He just told me like this. My son is talking now. If you say that for one mother, you take her hope. Yeah, your hope. You need to give hope. You need to say, "Oh, buy this book. Oh, do this, do that. Come back here. Let's do something." They need to be positive.
I've never had pets. I'm not a huge pet lover, but I did try, and whenever we take him to the park, try and push him towards the dogs in the park. And yeah, he liked them a lot. And now we have cats, so he's you know, plays with them as much as he wants. I did try to play football with him. He doesn't want to play. So then I just kind of revert back to what he's interested in, and because at the end of the day, that's how you maximize engagement with anyone.
The doctor tried to steal her hope, but she failed twice. As a doctor, and as a human, that's what happened to Artemia. She lost herself chasing books and sources for guidance to reach her son. Her mission wasn't easy, and notably, the majority of books written about autism were written by autistic people themselves.
One of the therapists told me we have to make some exercise with him. You put some pop with hot water, no, very hot water. Yeah, one is something like lemon, or do this exercise as many as you can. Okay, show me phone. Good work. Show me cooking. Good work, Niraj. Show me jumping. Good work.
Coloring pencil.
Coloring pencil. Good work, Niraj.
She pulled hope out of pain to get her son to read, write, and draw, and express himself, even participate in competitions with others. They are not in their own world. They are in ours.
How did they help, Niraj?
Oh yeah, definitely. So when we have games that involve, but mainly those kind of group games, is definitely you bring them in, and the kids don't know they're doing it. The kids don't know they're helping. For them, they're just playing.
Was very difficult, was very depressed in the beginning. And now I see my son, he can talk, he can ask what he wants, he have good behavior outside, he learning many things. I like my son like this, I want him like this, I don't want another son. I don't want a perfect Niraj. He's perfect for me.
They don't know they are different. We are the ones who create the difference. Many realize this truth. Nahed, the mother who wants to help them reach their fullest potential, to discover their skills without differences and bullying.
I am Nahed, a mother before anything else. I built this entire place, dreaming of a space where Ahmed could live, where I could watch him grow. My dreams, like any mother, were very big. Unfortunately, after I started this place, Ahmed's needs were different, and today Ahmed. What exists in this place? But the place has become for all the Ahmed in this world. I now have more than one Ahmed. I have Ali, I have Khaled. They call me Mom. And my son does not talk. After my long journey with Ahmed, he stayed the same. I was the one who changed. So I wanted to change Ahmed, but Ahmed won't change. Ahmed granted me exponential strength to be the person I am now, capable of helping all these people. I really do not see myself as strong. Is there a greater strength than that? This is Ahmed's strength, although considered as disabled, but they are not weak. They deserve to live. We all have our own kind of disability. The only thing these children fear is losing their parents. They fear because we have become their safety, not the society. The community as a whole must change so that children feel safe. Then comes competition, and there comes desire to achieve self-worth. Children do not feel safe. Their safety is us. So we must give our children safety before we ask society to give them safety. A group of young men graduated from our center are now working in government agencies, in Emicor, and some working at Siemens Energy, with very good salary, comparable to university, graduate salaries. These children must have experience and skills so that they can compete in the labor market according to their capabilities.
My name is Andrea, and I'm 18 years old. I consider myself as a kind person. I love helping everyone who seeks help. I enjoy spending time with my family. I believe there is love inside every person. Each person has a beautiful soul within them. would you describe Mahmoud? He is a kind person and musically talented. He plays the piano and sings, and he is also handsome.
How do you describe Andrea?
She is my friend. I love her very much. He plays the piano and the guitar.
I was studying a major that I love. I was easing my conscience as a mother by studying something that could help my son. We can manage behavior either with reinforcement or punishment. When we know which reinforcement is best for the child, we can use it to teach the child to ask and express themselves. It is not necessary to express by talking, because many autistic do not speak. So we can use pictures, or we can use an iPad, to be able to communicate with them, and they can communicate with us. This skill is one of the most important things we teach a child. It's one of the foundational skills we begin with for a child. Honestly, the early stages were the hardest for me. I used to repeat sessions that he learned with the specialist every day. I would reapply the speech sessions with him 4 times a day. I used to repeat them on the same day. At the times when I could not do these sessions, I would repeat them through activities I would do with him at home. So when he became responsive, when he was ready, when he became ready to expose him, experiments to find out what does he like, so we tried. 2 experiments and discover what he liked. We began teaching him the field of computer and software, and we tried exposing him to all fields until we discovered that Mahmoud was excellent at playing piano. He can express himself, his anger, his joy through playing the piano.
What if we were asked to pause for a moment and put on the shoes of this mother or sister or that father or brother just for a moment? What if we realized that one of our children is on the autism spectrum? Everyone we spoke to never wished to switch roles. Instead, they asked of those around them or those they encountered on the street or in the store or the cinema or school. Anyway, they wish to grant these passes by the children with autism a little understanding and a little love.
It pains me to see him grow up, still with that same innocence and childlike nature. Maybe because I'm afraid for him, afraid of his innocence, the purity of his thinking, his unconditional love for people, and his lack of awareness of the evil in this world. The initial phase is exceptionally challenging, initiating them with their first word, the first letter. It's a very challenging stage. It's one of the most challenging stages. The challenge of adulthood is also affected.
And I want to say to the ones who abandon their children, go back to them. They need you. Do not be ashamed of your children. Your son may not be what you dreamed of, but they become something you never dreamed of before. I am really grateful for his presence, no matter what he is. Of course, I wish he does not suffer from autism. I cannot imagine my life without his presence.
What do you want to say to Dad?
I played the piano.
If you want to talk to him but he is away,
I call him.
What do you tell him?
Come. I love playing piano and drawing and sports and swimming.
What do you do in the kitchen?
I make a labneh sandwich.
صعبة في أولها مع بعض أنا وأنت أكيد هنكملها
Hello and welcome to Global News Today here on Al Arabiya English with me, your host, Michal Prendergast. Today, as famine grips Gaza, 28 nations call for an end to the war, slamming Israel's aid tactics. Plus, we'll turn to a deep dive into Chinese EV dominance with insight from the former BBC Top Gear presenter, Steve Berry. As the world watches the deepening starvation crisis in Gaza, 28 nations have issued a rare, blunt call for an immediate end to the war. They've cited inhumane aid conditions and the killing of civilians who are seeking food. They've condemned Israel's tactics as worsening an already catastrophic humanitarian collapse. The signatories are foreign ministers of the UK and 27 other nations, including Australia, Canada, France, Italy and Japan. The statement begins by declaring the war in Gaza must end now. Well, for more on this, I'm joined by Dr. Sarah Hosseini, the director of the British Palestinian Committee. Thanks so much for joining me, Sarah. As someone with deep ties to Palestine, how do you personally cope with the helplessness of witnessing this level of suffering from a distance?
I think it's incredibly difficult. I think we're really at a loss for words, especially as Palestinians in the UK and everywhere else. I think I represent an organisation called the British Palestinian Committee, and we saw a statement yesterday come out from the UK government along with other European governments condemning effectively the suffering of Palestinians in Gaza. But actually, we need to really take a step back and take a look at the reality of this moment and the context that this statement came in. So on Sunday, 92 people were shot dead while trying to get food at aid points in North and South Gaza for them and their families. Yesterday, Israeli tanks began a ground invasion of Deir al-Balah, where thousands of displaced and forcibly starved people are sheltering, marking yet another escalation and the first time, in fact, that area has been invaded by ground. We've seen the executive director of UNICEF tell the world that on average 28 children per day, that's the equivalent to one whole class of school children per day for 650 plus days, have now been murdered. And experts are warning that the extent of forced starvation has become so bad that even if food gets to people now immediately, it'll be too late for many of them. So these are not just people, these are our friends, these are our colleagues. They're either being massacred, tortured or slowly starved. And it's everyone, it's children, it's mothers, it's fathers, doctors, nurses, teachers, street sweepers and shopkeepers, all being completely stripped of their dignity, made to beg for food at aid stations where they're being lured out and then exterminated. Now, what I would say about the statement that the government has made, not only has the UK government done nothing to stop this whatsoever, it's actually continued to provide diplomatic and military support to the very forces carrying out these war crimes, providing crucial parts for the F-35 fighter jets, allowing use of their air bases in Cyprus, training IOF soldiers in the UK on UK soil. So the statement that we saw yesterday is both woefully inadequate, more than that, it's cynical and it's disingenuous, and it really is an insult to the intelligence of the wider British public.
The joint statement from the 28 nations has called Israel's aid model dangerous and inhumane. What do you think it will be the impact of this?
I mean, it is dangerous and inhumane, and there should be efforts immediately to stop it. I mean, I'll give you an example from colleagues at Forensic Architecture, which is a really important organisation doing research work, who have done a really detailed studies on everything that's happening since the genocide started 2 years ago, and obviously beyond that and across Palestine. They have explained how these aid stations are often open for very brief periods of time. they will announce 70 minutes ahead of time that the station will be opened, meaning Palestinians have a short time to get there. And then there are 10 minutes where these stations are open. So what they've been telling us is people some of whom have had to walk 6 hours or so to get to an aid station, have been having to camp in really dangerous places and areas. I mean, everywhere is dangerous in Gaza, but particularly areas away from home and being displaced once again. So that the aid stations are actually causing the forcible displacement. And then, as we've talked about before, and we know, when people are getting to these aid stations, they're often being shot almost like fish in a barrel. It's absolutely disgusting. So yes, the aid stations are incredibly dangerous, but again, the statement is not actually calling for anything concrete. There's some calling on the Israeli government, again, 650 days into some of the worst crimes against humanity we've witnessed this century. There are statements about urging the Israeli government. There are some vague promises about being prepared to take further action. We are way, way beyond that. There are a number of things the government and all 28 states could be doing right now. One, fulfilling their international obligations to prevent, punish, end complicity in genocide, applying immediate sanctions, comprehensive sanctions to the state that is committing war crimes, that is the state of Israel. And actually in the UK here as well, making sure that it's ending the repression of its own citizens, the people who are here in the UK, Palestinians, other communities, citizens of conscience who are speaking out against the unimaginable horrors that are happening to our people in Gaza and being repressed and criminalised for that.
And the statement itself is unusually blunt. What do you think has finally pushed countries like the UK, France and Japan to speak out so strongly now?
I mean, again, I think if the live stream genocide over almost 2 years is not enough to be speaking out, they should have been speaking out this strongly from day one. It was only 3 months into the start of this genocide in January that the International Court of Justice already said that there was enough evidence for a plausible case of genocide. And states have done, by and large, not all states, but by and large states have done very little. And so I think to come out strongly now is fine, but it's very, very late. And there are many other things that the states should be doing rather than giving, I think it's potentially also to do with pressure from the public and a response to that by trying to give some kind of rhetorical assurances to their own citizens and public who are absolutely horrified by this, by the atrocities they've been witnessing, to try and diffuse some of that pressure. But I don't think it's working. Nobody's buying it.
And Israel have said Hamas is to blame for the war in Gaza as they started it. How do you respond to that?
I respond to that by talking about the decades of colonisation and occupation that have gone before the 17 years of siege on Gaza that was far before October 2023. This is about the sixth war, I think, on Gaza in about 20 years. So we're talking about something that goes far, far beyond October 2023 and actually has its roots here in the UK with British colonialism, the laying of the groundwork for the State of Israel through the Balfour Declaration, and then laying the foundations for the Nakba in 1948, which was the largest and the first mass dispossession of Palestinians, which we've now seen repeated again in the last 2 years.
And in regards to the recognition of a Palestinian state, how do you think the joint statement is going to affect this endeavour?
It's hard to say. I mean, this is something that is a very easy symbolic step that hasn't happened so far. It's something that, whatever its merits or not, or merits or drawbacks, will achieve nothing on the ground without the accountability that is needed. And until states are ready to hold Israel to account and to end their own complicity in doing so, nothing will change. I think there are positive examples, actually, that the UK and these countries that have signed this statement could look to. Only a few days ago, we saw a joint statement from the Hague Emergency Conference on Palestine, which was held in Bogota in Colombia, where states committed to advancing concrete measures to uphold their obligations under international law. So these are things like preventing the provision of transfer of arms, not allowing any vessels to dock or servicing them in their ports if they are at risk of carrying any kind of munitions or arms that might aid the genocide that Israel is perpetrating, urgently reviewing all of their public institutions and their ties to make sure they're not funding anything that supports Israel's illegal occupation, and so on. So there are a number of very concrete steps that these states could be taking.
And in regard to the UK government are allowing pro-Palestinian voices to protest, we've seen a lot of crackdowns on this. What's the feeling on the ground in London?
It's Orwellian, honestly. What we've seen here from the British government are attempts to crush any support for Palestinians or Palestine in British public life. Only days ago, we saw a woman holding a Palestinian flag in Kent, and sit with us, and a sign saying "Free Palestine." She was threatened by police with arrest under the Terrorism Act. And we've got to take a moment to think about what it means. That's criminalising our very flag as Palestinians. It's suggesting, it's a deeply racist suggestion that the Palestinian flag is somehow to be equated with terrorism. So there's a massive overreach here happening by the police, which contributes to this wider chilling effect on Palestinian advocacy. The idea is to scare people from speaking out against the genocide. And that's not to mention the kind of decades of dehumanisation and racism that has been spread through political media, political discourse, public discourse, which has allowed for this repression in the UK, but also is recognised as a preparatory step towards genocide. Dehumanisation is a key step needed to reach what we've reached and what we're seeing happening in Gaza, because if we're not seen as human, it's much easier to kill us. So I think what's happening here in the UK is absolutely, as I say, Orwellian. It's horrifying, if not completely shocking. I think the reason I say that is that, of course, British colonial policy abroad, which this is very much an extension of, has always translated into the erosion of civil liberties here in the UK. And so we're seeing not only Palestinians being affected, a whole range of marginalised communities that also have suffered from Britain's colonial legacy, but also British society more broadly. As I say, a majority of the public here have been in favour of a ceasefire, have been in favour of suspending arms sales immediately, and their rights and their right to protest, their right to freedom of speech, all of these things are being impacted incredibly negatively. So it's something that we should all be concerned about as British citizens and human beings.
What repercussions can people face for speaking on behalf of Palestine in the UK? Is it able to cost people jobs? Are people being cancelled, as it were?
Certainly. I mean, that's been happening for a very long time, but very quietly and pervasively, I think. It's happening more because, in the past 2 years, I think also more because people are willing to speak out, or even though they may be afraid because they've been put, the fear has been put into them. And these kind of politicised definitions of anti-Semitism and terrorism have been used to try and shut down any form of criticism for the state of Israel. More people have been brave, have been courageous, have spoken up for what they've seen is wrong, which is, as I say, a live stream genocide for the past almost 2 years now. And yeah, there have been a lot of ways of threatening people, losing jobs, of silencing them. And now we're seeing, increasing attempts to criminalise under the law as well, which is deeply, deeply shocking.
And in a past interview, I've seen you say that Britain bears responsibility for what's happening in Palestine today, and that you were shocked by UK foreign policy. What specifically shocked you the most?
Well, I don't remember saying I'm shocked. I think I go between being shocked and being completely unsurprised, but just horrified. But anyway, I think it's just the fact that Britain does bear this responsibility from the outset, and what any British government now should be doing is making corrections and making the wrongs right. We've gone past the British colonial era, and the British government should be acknowledging what has happened in Palestine, the fact that it, as I say, laid the groundwork for the creation of a state on top of Palestinians, on top of Palestinian lands, which paved the way for massacres and dispossession and displacement, the likes of which we've only actually seen to the same extent. It's been going on slowly but surely over over decades, but we've seen it to an even greater extent now in the past 2 years. And so Britain really, rather than continuing to double down and support a state that is in the dock for genocide, that has committed war crimes, oppression, that has broken all kinds of international humanitarian law, has a whole rap sheet of international violations that it's committed and are documented, Britain should be really the front and centre country leading on fulfilling its duties to the Palestinian people, both morally and legally.
And what we're hearing is reports of hundreds of civilians have been killed for just trying to reach food and water. How do you describe the reality of accessing aid in Gaza now?
Beyond words. I mean, I have so many friends and friends and colleagues in Gaza, and they're talking about how they're just watching their families starve and not being able to access food points. As we said, the fact that we've been talking about this as aid is misleading. It's not that people need aid. This is a forced starvation. This is a man-made blockade. And so people can't get foodstuffs, not because they're poor and can't buy food. They can't get foodstuffs because they're being forcibly and deliberately starved. It is absolutely unconscionable that this can be allowed to happen in this day and age. And not only that this is not only being the countries and states, including those who have made the joint statements, and the British government have not only failed to act and fulfil their duties and obligations, they're actually aiding and abetting with material support the continued atrocities by the Israeli government.
And of course, you have family in Jerusalem and in the West Bank right now. How are they describing the feeling on the ground there?
I mean, the feeling is one of absolute, again, helplessness, horror, just despair at the fact that this can even be allowed to be happening, that we feel powerless to stop it, that many people around the world are doing everything they can but feel powerless to stop it. And yet all of our political leaders, or many of our political leaders, particularly here in the West, are doing actually the complete opposite. They're not holding anybody accountable. They're, in fact, being part and parcel of this and being complicit. And so it's incredibly important. I think family and friends take heart from the fact that the British public over here are on the streets marching in their thousands and hundreds and thousands, and have been doing so again for the past 22 months. That gives us some kind of semblance of hope, but also just cannot believe that we are in a position where we are not able still to put an end to this horror.
The statement rejects Israel's idea of moving Gazans into a so-called humanitarian city. They're calling it a violation of international law. How do you see this as a step towards something more serious, legal consequences or accountability for Israel?
I mean, until we see action, and the actions that I've laid out and described today with you, I don't know how. There's been condemnations are not new. Condemnations are not new since the past month. They're not new since the past 2 years. They're not new for the decades before this. As I say, there's so many decades and decades of condemnations of violations that Israel has committed, and statements from people. And so until we see some actual accountability, some concrete measures, such as the ones we've seen the commitment to from, for example, those countries who are part of this Hague Emergency Conference, it's hard to see how these statements will change anything.
OK, we're just out of time. Dr. Sarah Husseini, Director of the British Palestinian Committee, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Michael.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.